Thank you very much. Would you please remain standing while the chaplain says a few words?
Good evening. In the book of Matthew, chapters 5 to 8, we can read the Sermon on the Mount. Jesus came to preach the kingdom of God, and these chapters essentially a manifesto for living in the kingdom of God. Right at the beginning of this sermon, Jesus makes a number of statements that today we call the Beatitudes. This evening I'd like to home in on just one of those Beatitudes, and that's this: blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. I don't know what you think when you consider the word meek, but most of us think of the words weak, maybe timid. In fact, the Greek word used here was praeus, which means something very different. It was used of the process of training a war horse to take the strength and energy of a wild stallion and mould it so that it could carry its warrior into battle without being panicked by the turmoil that surrounded it. In olden British times, the phrase was similarly used to meek a horse. So meekness is better understood as controlled strength. So I may have the power to impose my will, physically or socially, but I choose not to. I may have the power to hit back when provoked, but I choose not to. In many ways, this behaviour goes against all our natural instincts, but a person exhibiting this quality becomes a potent force. I suppose you could say it's the opposite extreme from being a coward. So Jesus goes on to say that the outcome of being meek is to inherit the earth. I understand this to mean that in the long term, those who are meek actually reap the good rewards of that process in the long term. And I would say that in my life that has been absolutely true. So thank you for listening. Let's pray. Father God, we just thank you for our town, and we thank you for this council. We thank you for every member sitting here, standing here, or sitting outside, Lord, who've come to serve this town in whatever way they can. Lord, we know we've listened. Last week we talked about humility. This time we talk about meekness. We pray, Lord, that those qualities may more and more be part of all our lives, and that we will see the benefit and the strength that comes from living under those principles. We pray for tonight's meeting, a long agenda, but we pray that actually, Lord, it will go smoothly, that all will be satisfied at the end of it, and that, Lord, a lot of good business will be done. So we just pray a blessing in this place. May your presence be here. Amen. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, shall we begin? Thank you. First item on the agenda is to receive apologies for absence. Councillor Rattigan?
We have Councillor Hill-Yeekes.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Jones will be late.
And Councillor James.
Apologies to Councillor Michael Bound.
Thank you very much. Are there any declarations of interest on any of the items on the agenda? No, thank you. Minutes of two meetings, the Mayor making on the 9th of May and the selection meeting on the 16th of May. Are we all agreed? Thank you. I'll sign them later. Announcements. I'm going to be extremely brief with my announcements, having looked at the agenda. Just to say that my first 2 and a bit months of Mayor have been delightful. We've had a very busy but very good time, incorporating a visit to Alençon to celebrate 50 years of our twinning and a visit to Oiskirchen to celebrate their own anniversary of when they became effectively a borough. Both towns, I have to say, and I want you to hear this, really, really appreciate being twinned with Basingstoke. And I want to do all I can to encourage them in that and to encourage our own groups and communities as well. And just to say also that a huge Oiskirchen delegation came across a couple of weekends ago for our annual sports competition for our magnificent trophy, which those of you who visited me in the parlour will notice is still there because we won. So, well done to everyone who took part, and a special thanks to Kevin Lang, Jeff Butler and Maria Henry for their fantastic work pulling it together. They are real stars. The only other announcement I have is to our new councillors: don't expect us to get through this agenda as quickly as the last. So, I think Councillor Raffel, you have an announcement to make. Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to present a few certificates and awards to past members of the Council. I will just read them out and then give the awards to those who are present. So, Laura James, Long Service and Bowl. Councillor Paul Frankham, Long Service and Bowl. Donald Sherlock, is he here? Public Service. Jonathan Richards is unable to be here, but his is for Public Service. Robert Tate for Public Service. Stuart Parker for Public Service. Rob Golding for Public Service. Joyce Bowyer for Public Service. And Marilyn Tucker for Public Service. So I'll just go down here because of the photographer and give out to those who are actually present, which will be, I think Paul Frankham's going to receive his, Donald Sherlock will receive his, Rob Golding and Marilyn Tucker. Thank you. Paul Frankham first. Paul, don't go away. Thank you. Thank you very much. Donald Sherlock. Oh, okay. In that case, is Rob Golding here?
Yes, he is.
Yay. Shall I come down? Is it right?
Okay, thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. And finally, Marilyn Tucker. Thank you, and the others will be sent on, obviously. Yes.
In appreciation of ex-councillor Tucker, who served this council very well for 43 years, having first been elected in 1976, which is probably before some of us were born. Not me. Ex-mayor, the expert on planning, my mentor on DC, my mentor for many years, in fact, for all the years that I was a councillor, or have been a councillor. Her advice has been invaluable. Her support has always been there. She has served this council well and will be sadly missed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. I'd echo that, and I'm sure everybody else who's worked with Marilyn would too. Thank you. Next on the agenda, questions from members of the public, and we have one from Mr. Heath. I believe, will Councillor Rattigan be responding to this? Is Mr. Heath here? Thank you. Would you mind coming to the microphone? You know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It was only just 3 short years ago that I stood in this exact same place. Well, in fact, we stood in this exact same place, asking the council to respond to climate change. During that time, many people, and some of them are sitting behind me, including Basingstoke Transition, Basingstoke Clean Air Campaign, Natural Basingstoke, to name a few, have taken actively campaigned to get more action on addressing poor air quality and global warming in our town and borough. But much of what we said had, until up to now, fallen on deaf ears. So it's gratifying that we're all standing here today to see that now the 3 major parties are finally accepting that there is a climate crisis. But this is just the first step. Declaring a crisis is good, but what we really need now is action. So let's be clear. Global warming is due to the emissions of greenhouse gases. 20% of them come from the food and the way we manage our waste, and I know that's on the agenda for later tonight. But 80% comes from burning fossil fuels to generate the energy we need. Okay, now I have 2 minutes. But we need to make some massive cuts in each of those if we're going to get to 2030. And we've only got 10.5 years to do that. Now that's not going to be made by making small changes, and it's great to see at least one of the motions has some detailed actions in it.
Mr. Heath, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you come to the question fairly quickly, please? That is the whole point of it.
Yeah, so we've got to make massive changes in that. Transport infrastructure, changes in the way we build our homes, and massive changes in the way we generate electricity. So tonight, I hope we can declare a climate emergency, and hence my question. But that is just the first step. What we need now is action, and no more fine words. So if we agree that there is a climate emergency, and I hope we will agree that tonight, then can I ask the question to the council what they intend to do to reduce the level and impact climate change is being caused by greenhouse gases from Basingstoke, limit the impact climate change will have on the people of Basingstoke, and finally, when does it intend, i.e. the council, to do this, and what specific and measurable targets is it going to set to ensure that action being taken is effective? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heath. Councillor Rattigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, this is a very important issue. The fact that 3 of the parties put in motions on this means that we are taking it seriously, and I hope that my engagement with residents over the last couple of weeks indicates that I, as leader, have taken it seriously and taken it on board. So I thank you for raising this important issue, making us aware of your concerns, but it also crystallises our concerns. The fact that there are motions, climate change is an issue that affects us all, throughout all the borough and throughout the world. And it is right that you point out that we have our own targets and we should be moving things forward with clear and measurable targets for us as a council. It is for our residents and our partners to reduce the levels of greenhouse gases emitted locally. Clearly, we will debate the issue in more detail as we go through the motions. However, I would like to highlight something that I think we all should be ambitious about, that we have to play our part in this. But of course, the objectives need to be ambitious, but sufficiently ambitious that we will not fail in them, but it gives us a stretch in what we do, but also we don't want them to be unrealistic or unachievable, because we want to champion what we do and say we did it for our residents and the bigger world. We're currently in the process of reviewing our actions and receiving advice on the steps that we should be taking to play our part as leaders in our greater community. Once we've had the opportunity to consider in sufficient detail, I'm sure Councillor Eakes, who's not here tonight, will be in a position to provide not just us as councillors with an update, but our wider community, and set realistic targets of what we can achieve. I hope that is sufficient for you.
Thank you very much. I think we've used up all our time. Is that all right, Mr. Heath? Thank you. Okay. Next item, allocation of seats to political groups, which is on page 35. This is the slight adjustment. I'm sure you've read it. Slight adjustment in the composition of groups at the council since our last meeting. And as you can see from the paper by the monitoring officer, the recommendation is that in order to best accommodate this slight change, the many down overview and audit and accounts committees are increased from 9 to 10 members. And it's also proposed that we keep to the standards committee as it is, with 4 council members. Are we all agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. That leads us to 9, resignations and appointments. If you look at agenda item 9 at page 15 on the update and amendment sheet, that reflects the decision we've just taken, and it just gives a slight recomposition of our committees. I'll just give you a moment to look at it, and it's the alterations obviously that are in red. Are we agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Also appointments on page 43 of the, I don't know what it is on the update paper. We have 3 outside bodies to which appointments may be made if we want to. You found it? Okay. The first one, Basingstoke Music Festival Committee. There's 2 councillors already. Does any councillor want to join Councillor Freeman and Councillor McCormick? Yes, Councillor Kinnear.
Perfect.
Okay, is there anybody else, or is it just Councillor Kinnear? Excellent. Agreed. Good. Okay, the next one is the Hampshire Building Preservation Trust. We have 1 vacancy. Are there any proposals for that one?
Madam Mayor, can I propose Councillor Paul Miller for that position?
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Councillor Paul Miller, then are we all agreed? Agreed. Thank you. And finally, I think we have to reappoint two councillors to the Vine Community School Community Management Committee. Currently, Councillor Laura James and Councillor Paul Harvey. Yes, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I nominate myself and Councillor James again?
Thank you. Any other nominations? We're all agreed, Councillor Harvey and Councillor Laura James. Excellent. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 10. The Ombudsman decision. This can be found starting on page 45. This is a Cabinet recommendation. And can I ask Councillor Tristan Robinson to introduce it for us, please? Can't see him.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As portfolio holder, I have complete confidence in the professionalism of our council officers. This report highlights a specific historic case dating back to 2012 where the Ombudsman has ruled against the council and sets out how the council has and will implement the recommendations made where appropriate. First, I should say that the council accepts the findings of the Ombudsman and that the finding of maladministration and injustice is legally binding. The Ombudsman's recommendations, however, are not legally binding, but we are seeking to implement these where possible. The first of these recommendations was that a formal apology is issued to the person concerned, and I can confirm that this has been done. The second is that a financial payment of £4,500 be made, and that is the reason for this paper tonight. Third, that changes be made to the Housing Register review process letters to inform applicants about their right to complain to the Ombudsman if they feel that their case has not been administered in the correct way, and I can confirm that this has been done. Fourth, that the Council should make the applicant top of the list for each eligible property he bids for until that bid is successful. The last recommendation has not been done due to the fact that it would require the Council to step outside of our lawfully adopted housing allocation scheme. The immediate impact of doing this would be to disadvantage those critically urgent cases, such as families fleeing in fear of their lives or at risk of fatal harm, or who may be debilitated from an acute life-limiting illness. The claimant's housing needs cannot reasonably be deemed to be of greater priority than cases in these such circumstances. It would also disadvantage 58 other households who have a similar need to Mr. X, but have more priority as they have been waiting longer than his original application date of January 13. In any event, and as an additional remedy, I can confirm that the Council backdated Mr. X's application to January 2013 to ensure that Mr. X was placed highly on the list, specifically where he would have been had the maladministration not taken place. I would also highlight that this case occurred under the previous allocations policy rather than the current one. I can confirm that the Council housing team have informed the Ombudsman of these findings, and the Ombudsman is content that we have undertaken those. And also that since these actions, Mr. X has been offered and accepted an offer of a 3-bedroom house and signed up for the tenancy with Vivid in May. I would also like to highlight that the report specifically makes reference to the ongoing scrutiny process of the housing allocations policy, which is undertaken on a yearly basis, and that this matter in particular will be considered as part of that process at the scrutiny committee to ensure that members can consider the case in further detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take that as a proposal. Seconder? Councillor Golding, do you want to say anything? Okay. Does anybody want to? Yes, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The portfolio holder will know that we wrote and exchanged emails on the matter of scrutiny over this matter, so can I welcome the fact that this will be going to scrutiny at the appropriate occasions such that it can be examined in detail in terms of the policy implications that fall out of this, and thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to say anything? Except for Councillor Golding? No? Are we all agreed? on those 6 points. Okay, thank you very much. Number 11, the revenue and capital outturn for 2018-19, page 139 to 192 on your order books. Councillor Golding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This report outlines how we are managing our finances to fulfil our council plan. The small outturn surplus demonstrates that we have careful management and control of our council's finances. It also shows that the council has focused on delivering high quality services whilst maintaining to be one of the lowest levels of council tax in the country. Our revenue budget is structured against 3 priorities: preparing for controlled and sustainable growth, improving residents' quality of life and supporting those who need it. And I'm pleased to see that our sound financial management is enabling great work in our priority areas. This year we've seen new businesses opened and more investment in Basingview, and our housing deliveries are also up this year. We're seeing higher resident satisfaction as we invest more in community services. As well as in terms of supporting people, we've seen a reduction in our rough sleepers. It is also worth taking some time to reflect on how well our capital programme is working for our residents. This year we've seen 24 lift projects completed, 50 extra parking spaces provided in busy residential roads. We've seen significant progress with the regeneration of Basingview. There's been a new gym at Tadley and a refurbished gym at the Hurst School. Quite impressively, we've had 170 grant-aided adaptations to help people stay in their own homes, and 50 local businesses have been helped by the Enterprise Hub since it started last October, as well as 7 grants for businesses at the top of town to help them make improvements to their property and let their business thrive. In total, we've spent nearly £16 million investing in new services in order to help the most vulnerable, to provide new community and leisure facilities, and to invest to encourage business growth. Looking forward, this council remains in a strong financial position to manage future pressures and to deliver sustainable services for our residents. I therefore recommend this paper to council and ask that they note the report, and also to agree point 5, that the slippage and rephasing of the capital programme for 2019-20 to 2022-23. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Isett, thank you. Does anybody want to speak? No? Okay, so we're required to note the first 4 points and approve the 5th point, which is the slippage table at Appendix 10. Are we all agreed? Thank you very much. Next, the important appointment of Executive Director of Borough Development and Deputy Chief Executive. The report can be found on pages 193 to 202 of the book. And can I ask Councillor Rowland to introduce, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Following the departure of the previous Executive Director of Borough Development and Deputy Chief Executive, the HR Committee, supported by Gaydon B. Sanderson, conducted an extensive recruitment process. The post was advertised in May 2019, and Gaydon B. Sanderson conducted a thorough search and selection process, including assessments by a technical assessor. A full day of assessments and psychometric evaluation was undertaken, and after careful consideration of all the feedback from all participants in the various exercises, it was agreed to invite 3 candidates to attend a final interview with the HR Committee. Following the final interview process with the HR Committee, the committee unanimously voted to appoint Ian Boll, who is currently Director of Strategic Infrastructure Planning at Northamptonshire County Council. In line with the Council's constitution and pay policy, the Council is asked to ratify the HR Committee's recommendation to appoint Ian Boll to the post of Executive Director of Borough Development and Deputy Chief Executive on point 72 of the Council's Directors' Pay Scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A seconder for that, please. Councillor Rattigan.
Thank you.
Anybody wish to speak? Councillor McCormick.
Just a brief question, really. On page 194, as you might expect with a senior appointment, there is a car allowance. Just wondering going forward if that will become an electric or hybrid car allowance, bearing in mind what we're debating later tonight?
Who wants to answer that? Councillor Rattigan.
I will consult with our Chief Executive when he returns from holiday and get a written reply back to you. Thank you.
Are we all agreed on the appointment of Mr. Boll? Agreed. And we congratulate him. Hope he's happy here. Right, next, the transport strategy, which is to be found on pages 203 to 368. Councillor Offell.
Madam Mayor, yet again, it's my portfolio that's causing the weight in these papers. It's my pleasure to put before members and you, Madam Mayor, the strategy and to ask members to adopt it. It's been a hard piece of work involving many hours of deliberation between officers of the County Council and the Borough and members here, and discussions at committee and following consultation with outside partners. The transport strategy, of course, as we all know, is dependent on many moving parts at many different levels. So there are national infrastructure needs, the needs of Network Rail, for instance, to build a fast freight line through Basingstoke, to improve transport to London, to improve links to Heathrow, and to improve connectivity across the region. We have the pressures of the motorway network, where clearly the western part of the M25 is gridlocked between generally the A3 and the M40, and if it could be cut across through Bagshot to the M4 in a straight line going westwards, that would no doubt benefit many of us who have to travel in that same traffic when we go north of London and back down the M3. And there are our local pressures of our connectivity between our local towns, between us and Reading or us and Southampton. And there are pressures on the A34, and as we know, the County Council and the Highways England have announced a massive improvement of the junction at Junction 9 of the A34, going to cost between 50 and 100 million pounds to make it a continuous junction between the A34 and the M3 without stopping. So there are a lot of other things going on at the moment. And this in its part, this transport strategy, goes right through to how we interconnect with our neighbours, down to how we interconnect as a borough, with the significant growth that is expected with the development of Manydown and the sites that are already in the local plan and have grown over the years to the north of the borough. And we look at how internally within Basingstoke the road network works and realise that we share that network with a number of others, cyclists, not necessarily on the road but next to the road, walkers, and we have to look at how we bring about the improvement of transport times for those who may be living, because of the expansion of the borough, further and further away from the centre, further and further away from key transport links such as the station, and how they can get into the borough quicker for their needs. We recognise, of course, in all of this that the borough has toing and froing of commuting. And we recognise all of this, that the car plays an important part regardless of whether it has clean fuel and doesn't adversely affect the environment and whether people are prepared to queue because it's their choice. We recognise that the car plays an important part in all of this. So it's a very difficult strategy. I've described it to others and I'll describe it to you. To me, it's a bit like the moving staircase in Harry Potter. That really and truly, wherever you look, there's different parts and that they're constantly on the move. And what we've tried to do is work out in the detail which parts are going to go first. And clearly the Eastrop roundabout, two-way working at the top of town, improvements in connections going eastwards to Basingview and westwards towards the leisure park and beyond to Manydown, and obviously along the A30 corridor to Hatchwarren and beyond are priorities. But none of this is very easy because it depends where you live in the borough and depends what your favourite mode of transport is. Because you'll all have a viewpoint, but none of that necessarily, your particular view, my particular view, may not necessarily work over the whole borough. And so we've had to look at things holistically. I've been asked by certain members to make a couple of things clear, because there is an emphasis from the county, of course, ultimately are those the partner who is ultimately in charge of this, although we have done our best to cosy up to them in the driving seat. We are ultimately still in the passenger seat. They are very keen on buses and have talked about buses being the successful route to mass rapid transport. I'm very sceptical about that because when I've asked them about who's going to fund this, there's a lot of silence. Because as far as I'm concerned, buses in their current role...
Sorry, Councillor Fell, could you speed it up a bit? My light is flashing.
Are not the most successful delivery for people, for many of the some of the routes at the moment. We need to look at them carefully. So, finally, I would commend it to you. And if you ask any questions of me, I'll answer them. And if you debate it, I'll say a bit more later.
Thank you very much. Seconder for this, please. Anybody will do. Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Does anybody wish to speak? Yes, Councillor Regan.
Thank you, Chair. I am speaking in support of the paper and appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it, and the cycleways and the road network and that. But I'm just going to speak about one aspect of it that misses out: buses. I know he mentioned buses and he's a bit sceptical. The reason why bus services have been cut over the years is not only austerity, but it's the legislation. The legislation 1985 Transport Act deregulated buses, and it's been a disaster ever since. The amount of bus services across the country and in Basingstoke, I know because I've been around that long, it's deteriorating, especially in rural areas as well, where a lot of my Conservative opponents represent. You've all seen the buses go, and the county being squeezed by central government have actually cut back. But there was an opportunity back in 2017, just before the general election, called the Bus Services Act, which introduced by Chris Grayling, soon to be an ex-minister, I suppose, but which cut off a complete line where there could be an old way to actually tackling the bus issue, and that is it forbade municipal ownership or local authority ownership of bus companies. There are now only 11 left in the country now, and they're all highly successful. And the most successful down the road is Reading, actually, which pays for itself and pays to invest. So we are going to be talking about climate change later, but we've always seen the emphasis, and it was in the cabinet members' speech, was all about roundabouts and cars and stuff. But if we're going to tackle pollution, air pollution, climate change, we're going to have to tackle the whole issue of cars and the car ownership. But if you look across the continent, I know that my Conservative opponents do that quite a bit. None of them leave the actual bus services to the vagaries of the market. They subsidise, own them, and run, and highly successful and cut down on road traffic. So there's something we can learn from the French and the Germans, etc. Especially this time. Maybe Boris will listen. And anyway, but the main thing is nobody, absolutely nobody, is going to get out of their car at the moment and use a bus as an alternative. Until we can readily survive a public operated, subsidised bus service, the car will still be king and pollute. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Westbrook.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, there's no doubt we need a transport strategy, and page 11 of this document rightly points to a need for a transport infrastructure strategy capable of supporting the town's future growth and economic prosperity. The LEP have designated us as a growth town, reflecting our importance as a key economic driver for the region. Basingstoke has been ranked 35th out of 324 local authority areas in England for prosperity in the Vibrant Economy Index. All these indicators are good, providing the LEPs remember our high ranking when it comes to funding rounds. Page 11 also states that the initial appraisals suggest the town will be constrained from achieving its economic potential without a step change. Interesting that the county, our partner in this strategy, take a much more direct and honest approach in its appraisal, in that our local plan has showed that post-2029, the current highway network will not be able to provide the capacity required for long-term growth. And with the current and proposed development for the borough being stepped up, there's no doubting a step change will be required. The climate emergency agenda has thankfully become an important player in our future policies, and this transport strategy will quite rightly play a very big part in that agenda for sure. This strategy comes at a time when our residents are fine-tuned to how everything is going to stack up transport-wise. They've seen virtually all its major junctions and roundabouts worked on over the last couple of years. And even if you aren't affected at source, you will have been affected by drivers who've become experts at finding detours. Residents have seen some projects work well, like the Winchester Road roundabout, but others not so. And you don't have to be an expert to see that future capacity will be a problem. Thornycroft roundabout has just begun its 18-month construction in the hope that it will cope with the additional 1,700 cars predicted for the leisure park. This raises another issue regarding current LEP funding for projects like Thornycroft. A deadline for these spends needs to be more flexible to be able to take into consideration other linked projects. The leisure park will lose its park and ride according to proposals, and yet 3 years on since that announcement, this strategy only talks about investigating the potential role of a new park and ride. Will we push on with the charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, or will it only be on a wish list for fear of buying the Betamax version because of the fast-moving technology? This strategy talks about a town centre parking strategy, but then talks about putting development on those car parks. It talks about the potential of enhancing the integration of bus and other forms of transport with the rail station, but then talks about reviewing the need for a bus station. I, for one, would like to see that system in action and working well before we even consider removing the bus station site, simply for a possible lucrative development opportunity. Having attended the workshops on this with other members who supplied input for this document and following its appearance at the EPH committee, as with other documents like Horizon 2050 and Hampshire 2050 Commission, there are plenty of aspirations in there. I appreciate they are just necessary strategies, but they do require some urgency and meaning. Concrete proposals need to be worked up and business cases developed and put in place, ready for any approaching funding rounds. We don't want to miss out. Madam Mayor, we know what's coming, it's in the local plan. If projects like Thornycroft Roundabout, having included bus gates to accommodate a future mass rapid transit scheme, are to be anything more than a token gesture, then along with our partners, we need more than just aspiration, we need action.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to endorse and support the adoption of the transport strategy before us this evening. A lot of hard work and effort has gone into this, for which I would like to say thank you. Madam Mayor, I particularly want to focus on theme 4 of the strategy, developing priority strategic walking and cycling corridors. The strategy calls out that walking and cycling levels are generally lower than in other towns, despite much of the town being within walking or cycling distance of the town centre, which is quite a disappointing fact. Physical activity has so many wide-ranging benefits, from health and well-being to the impact on our environment if we use cars less and cycle and walk more. We need to encourage a step change in attitude towards the way we move about our town. A key part of this will be ensuring that we have a strategic cycle network and ensuring we have direct and continuous walk routes in and around Basingstoke. Many of our residents work in the town, but they couldn't easily navigate from their front door to their place of work with the cycle and walking networks that we have today, therefore meaning that they predominantly use a vehicle to travel around in. Our children should be able to safely and confidently travel around the town to and from school using designated continuous cycle paths. We should have a great walking network which gives residents the freedom and ability to travel around the town by foot, either by walking or running. This is a good strategy, and I support further work to enable us to deliver a truly well thought out, future-proof travel network supporting all modes of transport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Golding.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I am grateful for all the work that our officers have done on this piece of work in liaison with Hampshire County Council, and it really is good to see how much thought is going into our future needs for the borough. We are generally a driving town, and having moved away from Basingstoke for a few years to experience the delights of a 40-minute commute to travel 5 miles an hour in a city, our low level of traffic has always been something that I have valued and wanted to defend since I moved back 10 years ago. However, it's not something I take for granted in the future, and a thorough plan like this is needed to ensure that as Basingstoke grows, our traffic jams do not. And that's why I'm concerned to see a lack of commitment from Hampshire County Council in this document to a western bypass. While development to the west of Basingstoke continues to grow, we need to see plans evolve for how traffic will be diverted away from our existing residential roads. But as my colleague has already outlined, driving is not the only way people travel in this borough. And with growing awareness that we need to change our behaviour in order to address climate change, we need to plan for and encourage other more sustainable ways to travel. And that's why I'm supportive of developing plans for a railway station near Oakley. And I'm also sad to see this not highlighted in our strategy, because it could provide such positive public transport options for both existing and new residents in the area. So I am very supportive of this document, and any strategy such as this has to be at least in part a living document, and therefore I would also encourage further work on both these issues so that we can see ambitious plans developed for the west of our town and to keep our roads moving freely, and not just so I can have a shorter commute. So I will support this plan, Madam Mayor, and commend it to Council.
Thank you very much. Do you want to do your seconding speech first, or I've got 2 more speakers if they could be... Okay. Could I ask Councillor Harvey, please? And we're running a little bit out of time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try and be brief. Sometimes the policies that come along that are incredibly important because they underpin everything else, and this is one of those occasions where we have in front of us a strategy that is so important that underpins nearly most of the conversations we're going to have on the agenda tonight, not in particular the one on climate change, to say the least, and how we're going to change transport culture in a way that achieves the climate change targets and actions that we're looking for. It presents us with a very difficult issue. How are we going to fund the associated infrastructure we need to see to achieve the strategy, rather than just talking about it and commending it and thinking positively about it, which I'm sure we all do? What we have to understand is, how is this actually going to be realised? How is it going to be funded? Because we know, don't we, that there is a significant infrastructure deficit in our funding to achieve the aims of this policy, this strategy. Even if before we get out the blocks, we've got to find a way of funding this to achieve what we want. On top of that, we have planning applications around our borough that are already competing for the capacity that we have on our existing roads that are not factored into the changes that are being proposed in here. It again will create incredible pressure on those points of where changes have happened, quite understandably so, on roundabouts where significant monies have already been invested, but because a major development is coming down the road, means they've got to dig the roads up again. The coordination of all of this becomes a really critical point. The coordination of public transport becomes a critical point. Again, we can all edit on a wish list of wanting good public transport, but the buses are not environmentally friendly. We get the old stock from Stagecoach. Where are our partners in thinking about the green agenda when it comes to climate change and air quality? Public transport has a key role to play in that, a very key role to play in that. A park and ride has an essential role to play in that, in terms of people coming to work in our borough and visit our borough and use public transport to access those services. Where do we stand on the issue of school transport, which is a fundamental problem so many parents face? The 3 mile as the crow flies that prevents you from sometimes being able to get your children to school because they're going to cross the A33 or cross the A30 across our ring road because of the design of our town, the design of our borough. There are huge issues that residents face in transport that this strategy has got to deal with, and I commend the work. So much work has gone into this, and it takes us so far. But the real question is, will it be able to deliver on those particular key issues? And the coordination bit becomes really important. Comment this evening has already been passed about public transport in other places in Europe and the way they organise themselves, and public transport in places around the country and the way they organise themselves. And page 218 of this report is absolutely critical, page 3 of the actual document, where it actually lists out all of the strategies where everything is going to have to dovetail and really work together if we are genuinely going to be able to deliver our aspirations in this strategy. And I know we want to. That isn't the question. I don't think there's any disagreement around the Chamber of wanting to see a transport strategy succeed. The question is, will the detail deliver the end result? Better transport for people getting to work. Living close to work matters. Being able to access work matters. Access schools and services that support our communities. Access leisure, access shopping, access the town centre, and also, which is really important, the fact of the scale of the borough. Our borough is huge. Geographically, we are huge. The connectivity between our communities in public transport and road and rail is very important to us. All of our communities must benefit from this strategy. And joining those dots then on all those plans becomes a really important piece of work. It's a great step forward, but it doesn't half set the challenge. It really does lay down the challenge, I think, to the council and to the county for that matter, the government and the LEP. All of these bodies are going to have to somehow work together in a much better coordinated way. And I'm afraid our European partners don't half set the challenge down. They do it brilliantly in terms of managing their transport and their city plans and how they do it. There are some lessons that we can learn there most definitely. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just before our seconder, a final word from Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do welcome the transport strategy. It's hard to oppose a strategy, but the policies that flow from it may not get my full support. I'll wait with interest to see what happens to East Stop Roundabout and the top of town. The strategy is welcome because hopefully future policies will be built upon it. Because it talks about encouraging the use of buses after years of restricting access to buses by cutting them. It talks about encouraging alternative uses to the car years after we've been cutting car parking costs in the top of town. So it seems to be that we have some policy reversals going on, which you may or may not be welcome, and hopefully greener in the process. I think the disappointing thing for me is that priority A is growth and priority B is the well-being of people. I really think that should have been the other way round, but it's a small issue. The money should not be a problem, because we know that Hampshire County Council have found £1 million to build a diesel vehicle lorry park on the bottom of the A31 to stack lorries in the event of a no-deal Brexit, which I'm sure we're all fighting hard to stop. So money can be found when it's for some ridiculous cause, so I'm sure they can find it for a worthy cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tristan Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't rise to it, Gavin. I second this strategy as a framework for the future. However, I would like to join Councillor Fell in gently pushing for us to be bolder, more ambitious and go further with partners. Our residents, broadly, accept the housing figures to provide for the homes for the next generation. However, they also expect infrastructure to be delivered. Many of us have been calling for a western bypass to take the traffic out of town given the planned growth at Manydown, and it's worth saying that whatever future cars take, we will still need a road for electric cars. We owe so much to the good transport links we prosper from our ancestors in things like the Ring Road, and we must not let up now. Also, residents in my ward will be particularly affected by traffic going north from Manydown to Tadley, running through Ramsdale, Monk Sherborne, Ramsdale and West Charter Alley and West Heath, and indeed Rooksdown. We need to ensure we are pressing partners for solutions to these issues, such as reopening Rooksdown Lane. I welcome this strategy and look forward to seeing it actually deliver particular projects in the future.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fell, do you want to give a final word?
Yes, Madam Mayor. First of all, I support many of the sentiments expressed by members. I do support the need for a western bypass. I do support the idea of a station at Oakley. I am anxious about the need for clean fuel public transport, which Councillor Harvey raised, and that's part of my anxiety over buses. Until such time as we have clean public transport, we're sort of defeating what we're trying to achieve with some of the motions later on. I am keen that we model and look at mass rapid transport, but I don't think it should just be the buses isn't the only solution that's going to be out there. And Councillor Westbrook quite rightly said the technology is likely to be moving faster than this document is currently shaped at. And I want us to be there looking at it and prepared to adjust for the future. The difficulty we all have is that Basingstoke is not built like the Roman cities in Europe. It's not a great big wheel with everything going into the centre, with big straight roads going out to the next big city. It's very narrow, and there isn't necessarily the critical mass that we've previously had, other cities and towns have, which justifies the public transport network. And that's the difficulty. And the other difficulty with mass rapid transport is if we had mass rapid transport, say, going westwards, it could potentially undermine the commercial viability of all the little bus routes that go through the estates that are a vital link to those people who live there, because it would be shooting past and everybody would want to jump on it and not jump on their local bus. So none of these things are simple, and they all have to be worked through carefully. But I'm very grateful for all the comments made by members, and I recommend it to Madam Mayor and Council to approve.
Thank you very much. So the strategy we're looking at is as on the paper. There were no amendments, I understand, from Hampshire County Council. Are we agreeing, or would you like a vote? No. Agreeing? Okay. Agreed? Thank you. Like to hear you. Very good. So there's another recommendation next from Cabinet, and this is the Housing Investment Strategy, Improving Access to Home Ownership. Councillor Tristan Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Home ownership is a dream of my generation. In the past 20 years, the number of 25 to 34-year-olds in our region who own a home has halved, from 64% to just 32%. The 2014 British Social Attitude Survey found that given the free choice, 86% of the population would prefer to buy their own home rather than rent. Young people are struggling to achieve that dream, purchase that stake in society and start a family with security. This paper seeks to address that, and I would like to thank the officers, Councillors Isett and Councillor Reid, for their hard work on this previously. When I joined this council, I wanted to give young people a voice. The people I grew up with, the people I went to school with. Many of them are working hard and doing the right thing, but they are trapped in a rental cycle, struggling to save for a deposit, and a home of their own can seem just that bit far out of reach. And yet they do not qualify for any support. This policy will address that. But don't just take my word for it. Shelter, the national housing charity, in their report Homes for Forgotten Families, highlight that people have strong reasons for people owning their own home, including they want stability and control over their home to raise their children in, to feel confident that they can put down roots and send their children to good schools. Homeowners are more likely to feel part of their community, to vote, volunteer and know their neighbours. Renters resent paying dead money to landlords, preferring to build up an asset as they pay their monthly housing costs, and it gives them security for later life. Our landmark equity home loan will achieve these aims by allowing low and middle earning young people under the age of 35 to borrow £30,000 interest-free for 5 years. We can give young people a hand up the ladder. The loan is interest-free for 5 years and will be backed by a major mortgage company to provide security and stability for the future. The scheme will be administered through the Housing Register, meaning only people with a local connection can apply. Plus, there is an income threshold to ensure that we're helping those most in need. The applicant would only need a 5% deposit, and crucially, they can buy a new or an existing home. Nationally, the government's Help to Buy scheme has stymied somewhat because it is limited to new build properties, with an average price of £340,000, some 16% higher than an existing home. With the Basingstoke loan scheme, young people can choose a more affordable existing home. When I first spoke about this policy at EPH earlier this year, I was contacted by a young couple. The guy works as a mechanic, the girl works as a hairdresser. They earn a modest wage, he £20,000, her £15,000. They are renting, but want to own a home of their own and start a family. They don't qualify for a socially rented home, and neither should they, because those should be reserved for the most in need in our society. But equally, they don't have parental support, and that market housing is just that bit far out of reach. Their 4.5 times salary will get them a mortgage of £157,000, a 5% deposit of £12,000, and then a £30,000 interest-free loan from the council will give them a budget of £200,000. That will give them enough to buy a 2-bed flat in Sherfield Park, Oakridge Village, Hatch Warren. The maximum home value of £250,000 allowed under this scheme is enough for a 2-bedroom terrace in North Waltham or Chinham, for example, or a 3-bedroom home in Hatch Warren in Brighton Hill to start a family. This scheme gives young people that hand up which they need to get on the ladder. This policy, together with the work that we are doing to ensure we deliver 40% affordable housing and help our homeless, will ensure we are helping people at all stages in their life. Young people across Basingstoke and Deane aspire to own their own home, and let us commit to helping them tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Who is seconding this, please? Councillor Capon, do you want to speak now? Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm delighted to support this fantastic scheme to improve access to home ownership for young people in our town. As the Cabinet member outlined, for many young people, owning their own home is a long-held dream and aspiration, and this initiative represents a council truly committed to supporting our residents to achieve this aspiration, which is something I'm sure we can all support. The beauty of this scheme is its intrinsic nature of Basingstoke funds for Basingstoke residents, with the target audience being those young adults and families already on our housing register, meaning that unlike other non-geographical based schemes such as Help to Buy, it is existing Basingstoke residents who directly benefit from this investment, which can only be a good thing. As per the paper presented tonight, it's the lowest quartile couples in terms of income and couples with children who are amongst the groups set to benefit most from this scheme, which is a fantastic step forward. As the paper also outlines, as Councillor Robinson also outlined, while in theory these groups could use government's Help to Buy scheme or similar schemes, the problem is that there just aren't enough homes available that are new build, and there are very few in the relevant price range, which again this initiative aims to tackle. I'm delighted to see that in this housing investment strategy it removes the burden on young people and young families of only having access to support when it comes to buying a new build home, but instead offers the opportunity for purchasing an existing home within the area. A good news story all round. This proposed scheme really does therefore open doors to those such as young families and couples from whom home ownership may seem a distant and unachievable dream. As I'm sure we'll all agree, Basingstoke's a fantastic place to live and work, with a thriving job market and first-class entertainment and leisure opportunities. But in order to keep our town thriving, we have a responsibility as a council to do all we can to ensure that young people can continue to afford to live here. And this initiative marks an excellent step forward in those efforts. Thank you. Well, sir.
Thank you very much. We've got 7 speakers. First of all, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In writing to speak on the paper, I don't think anyone's going to disagree. I hope they'll disagree with the idea of aspiration. Oh, sorry. Thank you. In rising to speak on the paper, Madam Mayor, I don't think anyone disagrees with the point about aspiration or the point about helping people get that first foot on the housing ladder. The question becomes one of whether this scheme in particular, in the way it is both funded, the way it is organised, and the implications that it has for those who may seek to take advantage of it, and what it has for them. And they are significant and they need pointing out. I am surprised, and in some ways it says it all really, that in the first few lines of the Cabinet member's comments he refers to socially rented homes. My goodness me, if we only did have socially rented homes being built in this borough in the way that we would like to see them. We forget that they're 80% affordable rent. We forget that socially rented homes are not part of the current government's agenda. They're not part of that funding arrangement from Homes England. They should be. Our housing associations and others are trying hardest they can, but it's important that we recognise that. The Section 106 monies that we're paying for this raise enormous number of questions, and if members have read the legal advice that goes with this paper, they will see that the risks associated with it being potentially unlawful are significant. They are out there and they are worthy of being referenced. They are worthy of being referenced in the public interest because the age limits talked of in the paper cannot apply easily and should not be applied in the way they are. The implications for the register and the implications for cutting the register up in the way that is talked about in the paper raise questions of challenge and unlawfulness potentially. There is a risk in using the Section 106 monies in this way that were given under particular heads of terms, under particular agreements with developers, that they were not agreeing to this at the time they signed their Section 106 agreements, and that leaves us vulnerable. There are things about this paper that deserve important scrutiny and examination. The fact that we would be in effect trapping people, and it is trapping people, because we would be seeking to take a 20% uplift of whatever came of the property. This is in effect a Wonga loan, if you like, in terms of the way that it will operate. They will be facing 1.75% interest after 5 years. It's the age-old routine of actually what the government has acknowledged was wrong with its own Help to Buy scheme. The government and ministers have acknowledged that the issues that were created by the Help to Buy scheme are the reason why they are doing away with it in 2021 to 2023. They're moving away to different models now because of the problems these very schemes created. And there isn't a single other council in the country that runs the kind of scheme that's being talked about here. West Berkshire's is very different. West Berkshire is a unitary authority dealing with adult social care that is specifically looking to a proportion of its population through learning difficulties and achieving an aim that it has set out specifically. It is different, totally different, to a general provision that you are looking for in this paper. How will people on the housing register be taken and chosen in terms of priority? Because that will also raise questions of unlawfulness. How will you deal with the age limit? Because residents who happen to be 36 will have a right to challenge. They will have a right to say, hang on a minute, I'm on the register too, I have a right to this. Those developers will have a right to say, hang on a minute, this was not what I signed up to. There are really important issues here. And other councillors in this chamber, Councillor Rowland, for example, and others of us, have been told, Section 106, you can only do it with this. There can be no variations. These are the rules. This is the way it is. If it's all right for them to be told that it presents real issues for this paper in the way that the Section 106 is being varied. Well, actually, no, it isn't being varied because we haven't asked those developers whether we can do this of them, of their money. The other issue, which is very relevant, is what this money could be used for and how it should be used going forward. There is a significant pot of affordable housing monies in this council, and this will help 20 households. It's great. 20 households will be supported. There are hundreds on the housing register, and there are thousands more in the rented sector who are stuck with the very issues that you have highlighted. 20, just 20 will benefit from this. And the issue of how they deal with it going forward, particularly if the housing market continues to decline in the way that we have currently seen unfolding in London and beginning to ripple out now across the South East and across other sectors of the country, other areas of the country, raises very serious concerns of what we are asking people to get into. All right, we're going to give them a £30,000 loan. We want the 20% uplift in their property when they try to sell the house, if they can sell the house, if they can then move on to something else. But of course, if we're taking that chunk out of the profit from the property for us as the council, well, where does it leave them getting another home, the next step on the ladder that they want? They're trapped in this accommodation because they can't afford to get out of it. How do they deal with the 1.75% interest rate we slap on it on top of the mortgage that they've got to pay? These are all the issues that ministerial level has been acknowledged are the problems with Help to Buy. House of Commons select committees have identified are the problems with Help to Buy, and this council should not be stepping on that landmine. We can do much, much better than this for the people of Basingstoke and Deane who are aspirational and want to own their own home, or who need affordable housing in the way this Section 106 money should have been used in the first place. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm coming... Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm terribly sorry. It's been a long day. I'm coming very concerned that this council would like to become a bank, handing out loans of £30,000 to a select few residents, 20 in total. And I noticed there, last time I looked, there was 4,600 on the housing needs register, and we're only going to cater for 215. This council should be about delivering high quality services to its residents, which we're not doing at the moment. We have the ongoing saga about the bin collection, so we've drawn up a new contract, and that's been rolled out across the borough this week. We have our estates. They're a mess. I mean, you walk around the estates, there's weeds everywhere, overgrown bushes. I mean, you call us Donut City, I think we'd be renamed Weed City. I mean, here we are spending this parts of money on a scheme that's going to impact 20 people when we've got services in this town falling to bits. So when Councillor Harvey is correct. The West Berkshire scheme is needs-based. It's got proper criteria. I don't see any criteria in this scheme. It's a first come, first served. As I said, already serving just 215 people on the housing register. And we're also going to employ an extra person at a cost to the taxpayer of £32,000 to admin this money. I mean, we could spend that money much better within this council on somebody dealing with proper services. And we're also raiding the 106 money as well. What was it, the 1.3 million which was being set aside for affordable homes across the borough. And when it went to EPH, they said, the officers and the administration said, well, we couldn't find any schemes to put this money in. I mean, there's a scheme in South Ham, Sandringham Court, where the building's been empty for 5 years and we have planning permission for 13 homes. And it's a disgrace that this building has been empty for 5 years. And this council could actually use that money to compulsory purchase that building and get 13 families off the register now if it wanted to, instead of having some hairpot scheme which it's doing now. So, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do not support this scheme. It is not a good use of taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kinnear.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Today is a special day. With great honour and privilege, I address the Council as new Councillor for the Kingsclere Ward. I would like to thank Donald Sherlock for his hard work as a councillor, and I have big boots to fill. We all want to help local young buyers who would like to own their own home, but do not have sufficient financial resources available to do so. Having lived in Hannington all my life and met my husband at Queen Mary's College, I know the borough well. We lived with my parents for a few years as a young married couple to save hard for our first deposit to buy a house. It was tough for us all, as my husband commuted to work in London and I worked from home. Luckily, we did not have the burden of paying off a university loan, as neither of us went. Queen Mary's College was just too much fun. With 2 young adult children, both now aspiring, getting onto the housing ladder, their dream is a long way off, as over half their salary is going towards rent. Working at a local school, I'm surrounded by young staff. They look young to me now, as I've been there for 11 years. The conversations are always the same on the housing subject, as paying off huge university loans and trying to save for a deposit for property is taking a large proportion out of their take-home salary. It will be years before they're able to own their own properties. Looking at the UK market as a whole, a recent report from the Resolution Foundation suggests that currently 1/3 of young people will never get the chance to own their own homes and will rent all their lives, which is the sobering realisation of the strength of today's rental market. The report concludes that the number of middle-aged renters has doubled in the last 10 years. Analysis from the Department for Work and Pensions predicts that rising UK house prices leaves many people unable to afford their first home, reflecting the growing problems of accessing home ownership. The prospect for rental property far outweighs private property ownership. The reality is that in 2020, young people are likely to stay at home for longer, and parents are and will play an increasingly important role in facilitating access to owner occupation. Mortgages are another barrier to entry for many would-be first-time buyers. Getting onto the property ladder remains tantalisingly out of reach because of the challenge of raising the hefty mortgage deposit lenders require. 100% mortgages are now very rare. There are guarantor mortgages, but they require a family member who owns their own home to be named on the mortgage too. This new scheme requires just a 5% deposit, and critically allows young people to buy a new build home or an existing home. This provides greater opportunity over and above the National Help to Buy scheme, which is restricted to more expensive new build housing. The scheme will help young people living under the age of 35 with a local connection to Basingstoke and Deane own their own home. To me, this wider opportunity scheme will be to the benefit of this borough and keep greater security and stability to many families. I urge members to support it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your maiden speech.
Madam Mayor,
Councillor Wooldridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really can't support this inappropriate use of Section 106 money and support this motion, this paper tonight. Section 106 money is supposed to be for the provision of affordable housing. If we're going to be providing loans of £30,000, how can that be for affordable housing? It isn't. It's a loan for what's in affordable housing. I have real concerns about the equality and fairness of the eligibility criteria put out in the paper. It's only, as has been stated already, it's only going to be supporting a real narrow group of people on the housing register. And this is a housing register, it's already had loads of people excluded from it. In particular, sort of private renters. It's mentioned in the paper that they're not going to be excluded, but a large number of private renters cannot go on the register. It's only those who are in housing need that can, or who are in affordable housings, or who can't afford their private rent accommodation. So that's excluding a lot of the private renters that have been talked about by the party opposite this evening. It's also excluding people in housing association properties who might want this opportunity, who can't go back on the housing list because they're excluded from the housing list. So again, another group that's been excluded who might want this opportunity. As has already also been mentioned, I have real concerns about the age criteria that's been implemented here. The councillor opposite has just mentioned about middle-aged renters. So what about those middle-aged renters over the age of 35 who won't have the opportunity if it's just going to be for people under 35? I think there's real serious issues here about that you really need to consider before approving this tonight. It's a very ill thought through proposal which could really backfire. There's risks, as has been mentioned, about Brexit, which I think really need to be considered, you know, about the possible downturn in the housing market. Is it a really good time to be bringing this in? I'd urge you to think long and hard about this before voting it through tonight, because I think it could well backfire. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Isett.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. This report has my full support. I was pleased to work on it at the beginning with Councillor Terry Reid. I think it's an example of the council using its reserves imaginatively for the benefit of residents who are finding it hard today to achieve that most natural and desired goal of owning their own home. I think the reaction we've heard this evening from the Labour Party is disappointing but not terribly surprising. It sort of points again to the party not being one that wishes to support those who want to own their own homes. Yes, but you're really not. This is a modest scheme but those who benefit from it will remember what it's done for them for the rest of their lives. And you talk about your concerns about the use of Section 106 monies. Well, the point is that that was raised quite rightly at EPH, and it was important that officers, the legal team, checked this out on the on the lawfulness of using Section 106, and this report would not have come forward if we hadn't been able to satisfy ourselves on that. But the other point about it is that a lot of this Section 106 money has been sitting there gathering dust for the last 5 years, and there was a real danger that if it wasn't used, then this money would be lost altogether. So I'm saying to you, I think this is a perfectly good, sensible way to use a small amount of money for the real benefit of a deserving group of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Laura James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The issues that the councillor has just raised around the concerns, the legal concerns, have not been addressed. They're still outstanding. And what worries me, and I'm sure it worries a lot of people, there's no reference to that in this document. If there were lots of concerns, and we sat on EPH, and there were major concerns around this, there's no reference. Why not? That's appalling. If you look at the risk management, there was no reference to that. And if you look at the report that went to the Cabinet, there's a major piece of work that went ahead. And Council, who was employed by this council, around loads of concerns and raised many concerns, one about the legal requirement in relation to age, one about the use of 106. I don't see that this has been addressed through this paper. So, and I actually find it appalling as a member that we haven't had that information. It's been excluded from that, even if it had been presented as part of this paper in a pink paper. So many of you that didn't sit on EPH won't know all of those concerns. So I think that's terrible. The other thing is, what I think tonight, we've had talk on the other side of the chamber about lots of people that would benefit from this scheme. Those people aren't on the housing register. They wouldn't be entitled to be on the housing register in relation to housing need. If you look at the paper that came forward from the Ombudsman, and it would be worth many of you to go back at that and look at that, it lays down the criteria for those people that could sit and be on the register. They would be excluded. So the people that you talk about who are aspirational and wish to own their own home would not be part of this scheme. If it is that you wish to bring forward a scheme to support people who wish to be aspirational, then you should do so. But you shouldn't be pinching 106 money to do that. That money was brought forward for the use of affordable housing, and I think one of the major concerns for me, and one of the damning things in this report, is on page 1381, where it says that officers explain that the council has struggled to find schemes to invest in. I think that's absolutely damning of a council that had that massive pot of money. And we're talking, and if Gavin remembers the development on New Road, that was meant to be used, McCarthy and Scone, that was meant to be used for older people's accommodation, affordable accommodation, and it never came forward, and it had 5 years, and the 5 years went and it wasn't delivered, so now it's gone back into the general needs pot. But I think there was many times, and I remember as a councillor raising times that we could have spent that money, and we gave ideas, and we said that we wished to use that, and we gave examples. We have, like the councillors in Southam, we have properties that are in our ward that are empty, and we would have welcomed the opportunity to use some of this money to be able to develop affordable housing. And I think the other thing that I think has been raised tonight is I think there are many young people who are going to, or possibly those 20 people that are going to access it. And it isn't young people. You've now extended it. It was young people, and you said that was the need. It's now couples, and it's now couples with families. I think there's a confusion as to who is it that you're meant to be helping. I think that those people are going to be incredibly vulnerable going forward in relation to the uncertainty in the market, but also that we are going to be making money out of those people, making enormous amounts of money out of them going forward, and I don't think that's right. If there is a need to deliver housing, we should be delivering that housing for those people on the register. It's not for us to be making money out of them, and they're going to leave them incredibly vulnerable in relation to future, that we're asking them to pay a lot of money, 1.75% interest on their loan after 6 years, which will then be, in relation to RPI, will be increasing year on year, on top of a mortgage. That's crazy. You're leaving people vulnerable at a time when we really don't know what the market is going to do. And government has pulled the plug on this. No other council in the country is doing it, and as said, West Berkshire is doing it in relation to their function as a unitary, and they're supporting people with learning disabilities. So I will not be supporting it, and I think it's an appalling use of money by this council.
Thank you. Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This scheme is something of the good, the bad and the ugly. And I will be supporting it for that reason. If I start with the good, and that's the scheme itself, the idea that we help people who can't afford to buy a home on their own with a scheme like this, I think is eminently sensible. I think it's perfectly reasonable. And actually, if you look at you're giving 20% interest-free, that's a lot better than the part-buy schemes, the shared ownership schemes that go ahead where you pay rent from day one. So it's a real improvement and upgrade on that scheme. If you consider the fact that you only pay 1.75% interest after the 5 years, by which time you may want to buy that 20% yourself, then again, that's much lower than the average mortgage costs. So I think it's got the prospects of being a very, very helpful scheme and helping a lot of people jump onto the housing ladder, which I think is a wonderful thing, because unfortunately, people who can't get onto the housing ladder at some point have to look for elsewhere, and they could become a burden on the demand for social housing, which we can't meet that demand already. So I think it's got a lot of positives about it, and I think it's a very good scheme. Had it come out of the Investor Growth Fund, because if you're going to get those 20% of houses sold and get the uplift in those values, you're going to get 1.75%. The overall value of return, investment return, and the social usefulness of that return would actually be a good thing. So if the money had come from there, it would be easily supportable, and you'd be a bit silly not to support it. However, all with the details in there. The source of the money is when we get to the bad, because the source of the money is 106 monies. And 106 money that was for off-site affordable homes for those developments where they couldn't provide it on-site for ridiculous reasons probably as well. That money is for affordable homes. It's a pot of money we don't need to get a return on. That is the perfect pot of money to build social housing. And I don't mean affordable housing because it's not really affordable to most people. I mean social housing. I mean council housing or housing association properties. That's what the money is for. The sad thing is this council does not have a vehicle. We rely on housing associations that don't always have a scheme running, which means that money sat there, and it sat there, and it sat there. That's a failure. That's the bad. We should have used that money for social housing by now, but we haven't because we haven't got a process in place, and we need to do some work on that very rapidly. The problem is, if we don't use that money very soon, we know where the money's going. It's going back to the developers. So those who vote against this are voting to say, look, if we can't build social housing with this 106 money, we'd rather give it to the developers than give it to this. And that is why I have to support it. It's bad, but I have to support it. Then we get the ugly. Now, the ugly is in 6.14 on page 380. These capital receipts, if we said that when council get back their 20%, these capital receipts could be reinvested in the scheme, slightly dodgy, or used for other priorities. That should be a lot clearer. This 106 money is for affordable homes. If we have to recycle it through this scheme to get rid of the 10-year drop when all the money goes back to developers, that's one thing. But if we then siphon it off to reserves or to some investment of other types, that's absolutely morally wrong. Because hopefully when these 20% come back, we either expand this scheme to help people, or that money goes straight into a fund to pay for social housing. The money must not disappear anywhere else. It has to be ring-fenced, and we'll be watching to see where that money goes. So I reluctantly support it, and it's the best we can do with the bad that we're having to deal with. It's quite good in its own right, but we need to keep an eye to make sure we get rid of this ugly. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 3 more speakers. Councillor Phillimore.
Madam Mayor, I have to disagree with this strategy. It's just sticking plaster politics, limiting an opportunity to a very few individuals when we should be addressing the bigger issue. In the Cabinet member's foreword, he mentions delivering 40% affordable homes, but there are many in the borough for whom 80% of market value is never going to be affordable. It's a sweeping generalisation that we currently deliver social rent homes for those who need it. It's an affront to those of our residents who spend months and years waiting for a property or lose access to social housing because of the necessity to move into private rented accommodation and are subsequently removed from the register. I'm sure there are members opposite who are advocating taking back control. So here's one area that's in our gift. Let's take back control of housing. We live in a country that is feeling the effects of 40 years of failure in housing policy. The housing market is broken, and Help to Buy is making it worse. Pumping more money into a housing market with chronic undersupply as one surefire outcome. House prices will go up. The private sector cannot, will not and should not be expected to fill all the gaps in the supply of homes. And I'm interested to see what Councillor Raphael lets us know about how poorly they're doing that later on. Conditions for residents in private rental sector are generally worse than any other. We have residents that just want a decent roof over their head in a secure tenancy where a lifestyle choice may be to raise a family rather than to burden themselves with a mortgage. We need an investment in social housing that meets the needs and aspirations of all our residents. Councillor Robinson was very selective in his use of information from Shelter. I have in front of me the vision for social housing from Shelter. It says the country needs 3.1 million social homes. It's an investment which will pay moral and financial benefits with a better return on our current investments and a better life for the occupants. Let's build council houses again.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. As is mentioned, I did support Councillor Isaac when this paper went to EPH in March, I think. I don't know whether the portfolio holder will be able to assist me when he replies, but my recollection of the meeting was that there were some fairly serious concerns raised by members around the use of S106, for example. And I thought we left the meeting saying that we would address those before we finalise the paper and brought it back, but perhaps my recollection of that is faulty. I'm not sure. But I do support the aspiration within the paper. I do support the idea of helping and supporting young people to access their first homes. So I will support the paper, but with that slight discomfort over my memory of what happened at EPH. And also I wonder whether the portfolio holder would consider picking up on Councillor James's suggestion of reinvesting that money solely in the scheme, because if it is a good scheme and if it works, then surely we would want to make it sustainable and make sure that money goes back in rather than appear to be using the money for other things within the council. Because if that's what we want to do, we want to help young people access home ownership, then we should make sure that money is used solely for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last speaker before summing up is Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't intend to speak tonight, but when I hear people from the opposite part of the chamber saying, we'll house people with this money off the housing waiting list, you can't do that because the people who are in rented properties, supported by the council or otherwise, if they're in rented properties, they are deemed to be suitably housed. So you can't take them off the housing register because they're already off of it. They don't qualify. Now, if you don't understand that, Terry Reid will give you a seminar about it. But I can show you, she knows, and you should know. You cannot go off the housing register if you're suitably housed in rented property. That's the facts. So you're promoting an issue which says, oh, we'll take people off the housing register. Load of nonsense. Let me just tell you, I was on the audit committee for many years, and for quite a number of those years, we were saying we're investing money in other councils so that they can build houses, and we're not building houses. So we allocated, in the last period of time, when I was on the audit committee, we allocated £50 million to qualify us to invest in social housing. £50 million. This is all about investments. So instead of lending the money to other councils to invest in their property, we should use it ourselves. In Basingstoke and Southam, I can tell you, we have a building which was housing 22 or 27. Yeah. Okay, I'll take your word for it. 27 people. And they were all evicted because nobody would take up the charge or pay the charges. They were all evicted 5 years ago, and that property has stood neglected, empty and vandalized in those 5 years. If you want a scheme to legitimately invest your money in social housing, this is a prime opportunity. You could get 11 properties, flats, in this particular project. And that would be at least 20 people that are not on the housing waiting list, that are in need of help. You'll be able to find them, I can assure you. And you can take them off the housing register. We need to use our investment opportunities. We've allocated £50 million. Not £500,000 like this. And we can and should do it. Thank you.
And my apologies to Councillor Putty, I didn't see you. If you've got something brief and new to say, that would be good.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to be long. Just that this is really, as it was said, a fantastic scheme. As the paper says, it is going to enable people, facilitate people, and help people to own their own homes. As the other side was saying, I remember very well Section 106 money, which was fired by which administration? We had to fight back to secure £1 million, which was taken away from Hatchwarren and from Chinham. I remember. That's something that you have forgotten. And I do remember very well that, that part of it. And it took us nearly 20 or 25 years to secure the money, but to get something for our resident, like the community center, it's taken us nearly 20, 25 years to do that. So please remember that when you talk about Section 106 money. Section 106 money is not your money. It's the money which is given for the people who live around there. Yeah. So what I'd like to say that I am really glad about this paper. I am pleased that we are building a generation for them to own their own homes. And I know very well that young people do like to own their own homes. And that's what we are doing as a council. And I would commend that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Robinson to sum up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been an interesting debate, and I'd like to thank all members who contributed. First, directly to address Councillor Reid's point, I know that additional advice was secured, and I have seen it, and I can ensure that that advice is passed to members. Essentially, that advice says that this money is a pot of money that was provided by developers for affordable housing scheme. The advice we've received is that this would be one of those schemes. Of course, if this scheme is agreed tonight, we will talk to developers about it further and ensure that they are content with that. But the advice that we have received is that that would be suitable. More specifically, what's clear is that we want to champion aspirational home ownership for young people. Unfortunately, the opposition, particularly the Labour Party, makes some good points, but their relationship with reality is lacking. It's all very well them nodding when Councillor James talks about using the Investor Growth Fund. We had a vote on that at EPH in March, and the Labour Party broadly voted against it. So it's all very well them nodding to that, but actually they didn't want to do that either. And I'm particularly interested to hear Councillor Watt's vehement opposition to this, especially given he was the one who actually abstained on that committee. He didn't vote against this proposal in committee. He also raises the case of Sandringham House, and he knows... Sorry, Sandringham Court, you're quite right. He also raises the case of Sandringham Court, and he knows that I have raised this case personally with the Housing Minister, and I have said to officers that I am more than happy for them to look into the full scheme of powers, including CPO, to ensure that we get that project moving. This is, of course, a suite of assistance for people in need of housing across our borough. We are seeing the council deliver 40% affordable housing on our housing sites, and last year we delivered 410 affordable homes, well in excess of our 300 target. We are also continuing to champion the supporting people work with an emphasis on the homeless. This money from developers has been provided for affordable housing schemes, but sat for 5 years in cases because it can't be spent. This is not taxpayers' money, it's money from developers that needs to be spent. And members talk about helping 20 homes, but of course this assumes the maximum 30k loan in each case, which it may be, it may not. Plus, if used as a rental subsidy, you'd be looking at 15 people or houses, so in these terms, it's actually very good value. And I would ask the Labour Party, what would they rather see? Money which was provided for affordable housing used to help young people onto the housing ladder, or given back to the developer? Don't forget that this proposal doesn't actually spend any money. It lends it to people to enable them to get on the housing ladder with a receipt back to be recycled into the scheme or other affordable housing schemes. Surely they cannot want to trap our young people into generation rent, lining the pockets of road landlords because they've got a warped ideological view on private property. We are championing aspirational home ownership for young people, and it will be clear who is committed to that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a good debate, and we'll move to the vote, please. Thank you. Is there a problem? Just to reassure you, one of the no votes is me, so there's two more if you want to vote.
There are two people not here. There's two apologies.
Oh. Okay. Then I think we've finished, and that recommendation is carried. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. We've got the Treasury Management Annual Report at page 385. Unless there's any burning issues there, can I move this from the chair? And seconded by Councillor Cubitt. Is that okay, agreed? Thank you very much. Next, item 16, the Annual Overview and Scrutiny Report for 2018 to 19. Once again, I'm sure we've all read it. Can I move from the chair? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Cubitt. Thank you very much. And number 17, the Standards Committee Annual Report. Does this require introduction by anybody? Or can I move this one as well, please? And it's seconded by Councillor Cubitt. Agreed? Thank you very much. Oh, bye-bye, Councillor Putty. Right, we move on to the motions. Number 18. Sorry. Is that right? Yes? The motions. Right. No, sorry. It's a recommendation about motions. Apologies. So this is, we're asked to consider 2 amendments regarding the way we deal with motions in the council. As you'll see, this is proposed by our monitoring officer, and it is in 2 parts, and I propose we perhaps take the first part first, which is the more straightforward one. And this is simply that the notice given in writing regarding motions is extended by 1.5 working days, so that it's on the Friday, 13 days before the council meeting. Does anybody wish to say anything to that part of it? Okay, Councillor Potter.
Can I seek your advice, Madam Mayor? What I really want to do is to speak against the whole paper, and I think there's an amendment that's been submitted as well, which I'll speak against as well, quite frankly. I'm not sure what order you now want to take this in. Can I seek your advice on that?
Yes, okay. If you want to speak on the whole paper, that's fine, but I think we probably need to take the amendment in that case first, and then you can speak to the whole. So I believe, Councillor Golding, you have an amendment to make to the whole.
Madam Mayor, can I raise a point of order? Sorry, that's me. Sorry.
Yes, Councillor Taylor.
Oh, sorry. I'm just getting... my apologies. It's just really a process, and maybe it's more of a question than a point of order. I was under the impression that, according to the Constitution, if there is a report from officers and it has recommendations, that it has to be introduced by a councillor and seconded before we actually discuss it. Have I got that wrong? In the process?
I understand that if it comes from the monitoring officer, that isn't the case. There is a section that says that a key role of the monitoring officer is to make recommendations for ways in which the Constitution could be amended. So that is one of her roles, is to make her own recommendations. So thank you for raising it, though. Can we go on to the amendment, Councillor Golding?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do support the overall intention of the original paper, but I would like to propose the amendment you have in writing before you, as I believe this amendment provides clarity as to the process if an unlawful motion is submitted. I won't read my amendment because I believe Democratic Services have distributed it and everyone has had sight of it. So in summary, it places the responsibility for decision making onto the elected office of the Mayor in consultation with the monitoring officer. It also places stress on the steps that are taken to shape a motion so that it would be lawful. Now, I do have confidence that this process is already followed and that steps are taken to propose amendments to a motion so that it is to the benefit of the Council to debate the issue raised. However, I believe it's right that this is set out clearly in our Constitution so that all cases are dealt with equitably, regardless of who holds the office of monitoring officer or mayor now or in the future. I also believe that it is right for an elected member, in this case the mayor, to make a decision about whether a motion is included on the council papers after consultation with the monitoring officer, or indeed in consultation with external legal advice if it's required. It's also right that these decisions should be made before a motion is added to the public agenda, and therefore I am in support of the changes to the timings for the submissions of motions, because that gives sufficient time for motions to be considered, advice sought and changes made if they are accepted, and I would therefore commend this amendment to the Council.
Thank you very much. Who's seconding this? Councillor Laura Edwards? I don't know, I had 2 hands, you can decide. Okay.
Just reserve my right to speak at the moment.
You reserve your right. Okay. Does anybody want to speak to this amendment? No? Do you want to speak, Councillor Edwards? Oh, Councillor Harvey, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously receiving the amendments as we did this evening, and thank you for distributing it before the council began. I appreciate it was right on top of it, so we've tried to consume it and understand it. The fundamental issue here is the democracy of this chamber and members within it, and our rights to place things on an agenda. And the issue of whether they are referred to as being unlawful, ultra-vires, and all of the other elements that might be considered within the specific elements of the Constitution are fine if they are in the hands of members. And I think the element that you've referenced, quite understandably so in terms of the Mayor, I get. Where we have had constitutional issues like this raised, we have always, thus far in this council, commissioned the Constitutional Working Party to meet, to discuss it in some detail, not on the floor of full council, trying to wordsmith it on the floor of full council, to seek cross-party agreement to understand the different views of the chamber, so that we can then bring something back here that we can support with the help and support of our officers. There is a question mark over if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There is a question mark over where the powers should reside, and I appreciate the attempt that's been made this evening with the amendment, actually, to put it back in the hands of the Mayor in that context. However, there are examples that we have where the process as described would have defeated something quite important. For example, the many-down motion. That when it came to this chamber took a view, because it was on the order paper, thus members could see it, take a view on it, and even though the advice was, I'm sorry, but it would be unlawful, the chamber voted on it, and the High Court supported us. The High Court supported that position. That trumped the advice we were given. For obvious reasons, it was the High Court. The danger is that if it isn't placed on the agenda, even if it is ruled out, and that's perfectly accepting that the Mayor has the right to rule it out, that is the Mayor's powers. But if it isn't on the agenda, it is hidden. It is done in camera. It is done behind closed doors. Thus, those members are denied their democratic right to say the piece they wish to say, to have it on the agenda, and to have it debated, even if it is within the sense of saying it is ruled out. But at least it's open. At least it's transparent. At least everybody knows what's going on. Whereas if it is done in a way that effectively says we have the power to take it off the agenda, and those members are then done to, not worked with, that becomes an issue. I think there are important finesses and points in this that need a better investigation, rather than simply passing it on the floor of full council this evening. Let us take it to the Constitutional Working Party. Let us talk about it as adults around the room, cross-party, and work on this, and bring something back, I hope, we could all agree with. But at the moment, we are obviously going to disagree. It is a very bad place for this chamber to be in when we are disagreeing about the processes for motions. If we're disagreeing over the Constitution, it's a silly place to put ourselves when there's a mechanism to achieve a constructive end out of this. So I would really request, I really would beg that this goes to the Constitutional Working Party, and let's have that conversation amongst ourselves and come up with something positive. Let's try and do something positive out of this. Or rather, at the moment, try and wordsmith it on the floor, with all due respect to what you're trying to do, which I understand and respect. There's a better way of doing this. I really think there is.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm grateful for the amendment because I think it really builds the only concern I had when this was discussed cross-party at a group leaders meeting. I appreciate one group doesn't attend those and so missed out on the cross-party conversation that was involved around it. There is no doubt there are times when the motion system has been abused by, or misused, shall we say, by people who want to get a topic on and then put a motion in place that's very hard on moral grounds to oppose, but then you have to recognise that actually what it's proposing is something you can't possibly do anyway. And then you're in a difficulty of, do I do the right thing and vote against the motion because it's clearly unicorns, or do I support it because I quite like unicorns? It's one of those situations. I think this hopefully resolves that issue and means we get meaningful motions that clearly can be delivered or go to the right committee. And we don't have the embarrassment of the last council meeting where there was a half-hour conversation between one speaker, one person in this chamber of 60, and the mayor discussing whether or not the ice rink could be discussed in front of members of the public, supporters of the ice rink, who had got very frustrated that no progress was made. A simple tweak to that motion would have made it lawful and discussable, and then we could have had cross-party conversation. It's nothing democratic about having a legal argument on the floor of the council. This resolves it very easy, very simply and very quickly, and I think the amendment improves it and gives us that safeguard that if we submit a motion and legal think it's wrong, it kind of binds that legal's hands to speak to the proposer and seconder and say, this is ways you can make it legal or lawful, so it can be put before full council, rather than putting the decision totally in the hands of the head of legal. Councils get to influence. All we've got to do is make a few tweaks and changes normally, it gets on the floor of council, it gets discussed. There are so many ways you can bring matters to this council. You can bring it to a committee chair, you can take it to any committee, and let's face it, more people probably read some of the council's web pages and Facebook pages than they do watch the webcast anyway. So you can always get your message across in some way. I think this just tidies up council and prevents the mayor being in a difficult position of having to keep talking to legal all the time. So I welcome the amendment. I think we're something we should deal with today. There was an opportunity to discuss it cross-party at the group leaders meeting. It was put to us there. Papers were prepared and sent out to all group leaders, and it was discussed. And I think we generally found that we had confidence in it. And with these amendments, I think it's got more powerful and stronger. So I'll support it if amended.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tilbury.
That's the wrong one, haven't I? Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't support this. I suspect the amendment is in an honest attempt to try and improve the situation, but I think Councillor Harvey raised the point. I mean, he referred to the infamous Many-Down motion, which I was the seconder of, and I think the proposer is gone. Oh, he's still here. Councillor Beerman, we were put under considerable pressure because we dared to suggest the council was acting unlawfully, which it was, of course, as we all know now. Though I don't think it took a High Court judge to work that out. You know, we were threatened with the Standards Board. We were told we were bringing the council into disrepute by even suggesting such a thing. And that's not the only occasion. Just over a year ago, myself, I put forward a motion to get rid of the cabinet because it's costing us a lot of money. And funny enough, you know, on the day of the meeting, 5 minutes before the meeting, we were given a piece of legal advice that said, again, that was probably unlawful, we would need a referendum. We'd actually spoken in great detail to the legal department, to the officers, and said, if you've got any problems with this, you know, please come back to us on this. No one did until 5 minutes before the meeting. That was absolutely disgraceful, and I am aware that the officer who produced that report was aware that that was the situation because other officers have told me that. That is absolutely disgraceful. And that just, you know, I mean, it wasn't voted on that night because of an argument over something completely different. But when it was put forward, it was still, that was never resolved. I assumed it had been, but it was never actually put forward. That what the information we were given was totally incorrect. So there is a danger here. I think Councillor Harvey has put forward a more sensible way forward to discuss this. Councillor James has said, well, we did discuss this at the group leaders meeting, but I hadn't seen the paper before the meeting, so you go into this blind, and we did raise issues regarding this, but of course if not everyone's there, you can't do that. There is a better way to look at this, to deal with this. Some aspects were quite good. I think there should be more time for the legal officers to look at this. Having 1 day to do this is probably not enough, but I think probably the way forward is what something Councillor James suggested, is that we don't actually publish them. We don't publish questions that are put forward by councillors because they can put them forward Tuesday this week. So why can we not have the same date for that? Now, they can put them forward last week, but you don't need to publish it till this week. And that gives you a week to do it. Because I think by law, I haven't looked it up, but I think you've got to publish agendas 5 days before the meeting. So, you know, there's plenty of time to do that. That can be delayed to allow time for that. So, but, you know, in principle, there should be more time for officers to look at these things there. But, you know, my experience is even when they have been given the time, we have been given some bad advice in the past. And there are 2 motions that would not have gone forward on that basis there. And one of them is, you know, obviously progressed Many-Down, which wouldn't have happened because no one else would have put that forward. If we'd have listened to the, you know, basically what I consider to be bullying, you know, we would have given in to that, that would never have come forward, and we would still be in a situation where Manydown is not being developed. Where we would have found the land to build the 3,000 old houses on there, I really don't know. So I will not be supporting this. I think it needs to go to the Constitutional Working Party to be looked at properly and not discussed in open chamber, because yet again, as I've said before, we're wasting our time talking about things, navel-gazing about the way we run this council, when what we should be doing is discussing things that matter, like the climate change papers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
So that's a no from me.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I oppose this report. I was genuinely dismayed to see it on the agenda. I can only guess where it's come from, and obviously there's been references to this. It seems to me to be a total overreaction to the problems that we experienced at the council meeting relating to the ice rink motion. Looking at the wording in it, one might even think, Madam Mayor, that you had actually asked for it on the basis that, you know, it had caused you some difficulties and this was a reaction to that. I don't believe that. I know you to be a professional, skilled, experienced and articulate politician, well able to deal with these sort of situations as Mayor, and to be able to make judgments and take advice and make a decision ultimately, which you are entitled to do as Mayor. This system that we have has served us well over many years. I've been associated with this council off and on for about 20 years. And in all that time, I think we've had the incident of the ice rink motion. We've had the one that Councillor Tilbury is referring to in regard to Manydown. And they're the only two occasions, I think, where the whole issue about whether a motion was legal or not has been brought into the vocabulary. And to be frank, I remember Councillor Tilbury and Councillor Bierman suffering terrible vitriol and criticism. Some of the language that was used at the time was quite awful, really, but they were proven to be right in the end. And I'm a bit old-fashioned when it comes to these sort of things. I've always understood the system to be that officers advise and elected members decide. And that's the way that I want to see it continue. I think a lot of good points have been made, and I think the simple facts are we have a constitutional working party which has served us well and done some good work. There are things about the Constitution that need changing, and I know the monitoring officer has said this to me on occasions. There are a number of things she'd like to see changed. This could go back into that forum, because I think in many ways that is far better than the group leaders meeting in the way that Councillor Tilbury describes it, where a paper without notice is presented. What's that meant to achieve in itself? If this goes back into the Constitutional Working Party, we can look at this and really analyse the problem and determine whether improvements are required. Lastly, I say this to everybody, really. This is not some debating forum in its own right. This is a political forum. We are politicians. Good, bad and indifferent I have to say about myself, but we are politicians and we seek to make political points in this forum. We seek to score political points, but that's the nature of politics. And on the occasions that we have motions that may not be liked by some, but are liked by others, let's deal with them sensibly as adults. And this recourse to, it may be not legal, it may be ultra vires. If that is the case, that advice can be prepared, obviously in advance of that process of discussion. And you, Madam Mayor, as I say, as an intelligent, articulate person will make a decision on that. We are content with that. There is no need for this paper to be rushed through this evening. And I ask members to think about exactly how we operate in this local democratic system in Basingstoke. I get a little exasperated, and I'll say this in front of officers, about the comparisons that are drawn with Southampton City Council on occasions. As I understand it there, elected members don't have the say and the input that we do here. And I don't know why that is, but certainly I prefer being involved as best I can as an elected member, and I think everybody else does, and I ask you seriously to think what you'll be voting for if you approve the amendment and the report that's before us. I say vote against it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Potter. Thank you very much, Councillor Potter. You're quite correct when you said that this has got nothing whatsoever to do with me. I'm quite happy for a tussle as long as it's not ill-natured, which I don't think it was. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Kim Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. Like Councillor Potter, I'd like to vote against both the amendment and the original recommendation. The amendment doesn't significantly improve the original recommendations in as much as they still remain a sledgehammer to crack a very minuscule nut. I mean, it is a fact that advice can be given to members and that advice might not be taken. But the reality is that there is always likely to be more than one legitimate view or opinion on any subject. If you were to put two solicitors in a room, you will have at least two opinions. And our whole system of justice is actually based on the duality and the dual nature of having opinions. That's why we have prosecutors, that's why we have the defence, and if we did not, many people in this chamber today would not be employed if we only have prosecutors. So a difference of opinion should not be considered to be a bad thing. It's a fact of life, and I think this recommendation and the amendments are unnecessary. We are supposed to be a chamber of debate, and that's absolutely reasonable. The process and the amendment, particularly in regard to 1413, still, in my opinion, lacks transparency and natural justice. I don't think that's beneficial for good governance. And I think also that our own constitution in Article 11.2 tells us that we should be making decisions which are proportionate with a presumption of openness, and we should give reasons for decisions. And I am not at all convinced that the proposed amendment or the original process does that, because there is a lack of opportunity, particularly in respect of 1413, for people to be able to put their case, to perhaps explain why they might not be taking the advice as given, if indeed they are even to receive the advice now. It is not a proportional process because there are already backstops. I hate to use the word, but there are already backstops in our constitution which enables a monitoring officer to use powers to suspend proposals and decisions in the event that something looks like it's going to be illegal, if it was to be enacted as part of a motion. There's also provision to return motions back to council if there is a need to do so. And of course, officers may not act unlawfully in the pursuit of putting into effect any motion under their delegated powers. So this actually lacks proportion, and that's a key plank of our own constitution. We're also expected to have a degree of openness about what we do, and I don't believe that this procedure or the amendment is sufficiently open. It's not in the public domain. It doesn't give people a real opportunity to debate these very important differences of opinion. We've heard some already, and indeed, even more recently, we have debated a motion which was carried about GP mergers. Now, in theory, that could have been ruled before it even got here, not on the agenda because it's ultra-virus, because actually the council isn't responsible for running GP practices. So, but that was actually a really important thing. And it's not just about is something ultra-virus or is something unlawful. Article 4 requires that we should be debating things that are of importance to our residents. So there are plenty of examples where this process would have resulted in something truly important to our residents not being debated. There is no right of appeal in this procedure, and therefore, to me, it lacks natural justice. And I think that it is heavy-handed, and since we are expected to act with a degree of proportionality, I think that we will actually ourselves be in danger if we approve either the amendment or the original motion, in perhaps breaching those tenets of our own constitution. Like Councillor Potter, I'd like to say that whilst a nearby council may have a similar procedure, others do not. There are fundamental differences in our constitution which makes it inappropriate, and whilst precedents may sometimes be helpful from other areas, a constitution should be a locally driven document which reflects the character and nature and culture of our council. And I urge you all not to accept either the amendments or the original recommendations, and to put this matter back before the Constitution Working Party. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Laura James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't understand how this got here at this time. I know that this went to the group leaders meeting, but that isn't a formal structure of this council. We have a formal structure, which is the Constitutional Working Party. There are, and many people, that's where this should go. Why did that not go to that body? Why was that rushed through? What is the hurry in this coming here? It gives me grave concerns that this has happened. I really think that we were promised, leader, that you would do things differently, that we would have a different approach, this would be different, and that we would have a different administration going forward. Why is this here tonight? Why is this here? Why didn't this go to the Constitutional Working Party? If you remember with Councillor Ikish, there was lots of concerns about different aspects of the Constitution. They went to that body and they were aired and they were sorted, and we came back with consensus. We do not want to be passing something tonight about a part of our constitution that doesn't have consensus. That's crazy, absolutely crazy. We need to take this back. I urge you, please, to take this back to the Constitutional Working Party and for us all to work together. We don't want something to be imposed on us. We don't want the thought that if it's decided that these motions can't go forward, they won't be on the order paper. There'll be no record of a motion that a party or a person wished to put forward. And it would be no one will know it even existed. I mean, that's crazy in relation to democracy, isn't it? We don't want to airbrush things out. We don't want to tidy things up. I know that sometimes it can be an absolute pain, can't it, a motion, and it can be really difficult, and it can be really difficult for officers. But that's life, that's what we are. We're politicians, and we're here sometimes to make life very difficult for officers. And we're not here to make it all very easy and very cosy. Please, I urge you, please do not take this forward tonight. Please take this back to the Constitutional Party, and let's have consensus going forward on our Constitution. We all need to feel comfortable in working with a Constitution.
Thank you very much. Councillor Simon Bound.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to remind the members of the Constitutional Working Party last year that we did have a discussion about this part of the Constitution. We did talk about it at some depth. We didn't come forward with a recommended wording in the review, but we did talk about that issue. So it is wrong to say it has not been discussed by the Constitutional Working Party. It has. I admit it hasn't come forward with a suggestion from the Constitutional Working Party, and I would just like to state very publicly, I don't see any part of my role as making officers' lives difficult. Thank you.
Councillor Rattigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Laura James, I just want to reiterate, I am trying to do things completely differently. Lots of your members have come into my office to discuss things that are important to them. I just make the point that we are trying to change things. Unfortunately, the Labour group leader would not accept my hand of welcome to the group leaders meeting, and I think that is a mistake, and I welcome him to change his mind on that so as we can have more consensus within this council.
Okay, thank you. Well, we are where we are. We're voting on an amendment. Have we had it proposed and seconded? Did you want to speak, Laura?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I suppose just want to sum up everything that's been said. My point of view, I think it's a good motion with the amendment, and I think it's got very good intentions. I think it offers the public certainty that if they turn up to support a certain topic or something that really matters to them, that they're not wasting their time, and it takes away a lot of uncertainty for them. I'd just like to say thank you to Councillor Gavin James for his support on the motion following the group leaders meeting, where I think it was, I think it is a shame that not all group leaders were able to attend. So I think moving forward, I'd like to see that change. Thank you.
I have to say that was officially another maiden speech of yours. So thank you. Councillor Golding, do you want to say something?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would also like to echo Councillor Councillor Edwards' response to thanking Councillor James. I'm getting my councillors mixed up, I do apologise. In fact, had he spoken slightly later in the debate, I'm not sure I would have felt the need to summarise my points again. I will, however, take on board some of the comments made. For me, I think Councillor Tilbury's account of how his recent motion was dealt with indeed actually confirms the need for this process to be clarified and made consistent and set out in our constitution. I also do take on board the idea of the fact that we do have differences of opinions in this chamber, and that's a healthy thing for a council. But this amendment does allow for that, because there is time for discourse between the proposer, the seconder and the monitoring officer to make changes. And in the instance we've been talking about, the recent ice rink thing, there was plenty of room for public debate had suggested changes been accepted. Indeed, most members in this chamber welcomed that debate, and I do think it's still a shame that the proposer and seconder didn't consider it worthwhile to make those changes so we could have had a healthy debate and aired our views. This proposal doesn't attempt to hide things, but in fact it makes sure that full council debates issues that it can actually lawfully action, and that is why we are here. So, to be honest, I don't see the need to delay this decision because it is within the remit of the monitoring officer to recommend changes like this to us. The Constitutional Working Party isn't actually a formal structure and doesn't have delegated decision-making powers. I would echo that I think it's a shame that not all parties were represented at the group leaders meeting. But I will therefore recommend this amendment and the paper if amended. And I also shall start looking forward to the next meeting of the Constitutional Working Group, because it is a process that I value, and I think there are more changes we can make positively and together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we're just dealing obviously with the amendment first, and I think we'll need a recorded vote on the amendment, please. I think that's finished. The amendment is carried. We'll therefore go to the... Yes. I'm so sorry to hear that. I understand you have voted nevertheless. I understand you have voted. Oh. Well, obviously it wasn't a pivotal vote, so I think we'll proceed if you don't mind, but we'll have regard to your equipment in the future. Sorry. We'll watch it. Thank you. So the amendment is, yeah, something like that. The amendment is carried, so now we have to go to the substantive question of which comes in two parts, as we said before. The first one is to extend notice by 1.5 working days, notice of motions, and the second is, as been explained by Councillor Golding, about unlawful motions. Does anybody want to speak to the substantive motion? Or does everybody feel they've said all they need to? Okay, in that case, we'll go to the vote on the whole thing. Thank you. So I think if there are two people away, perhaps one person hasn't voted, but that's up to you. Oh.
It's you plus the two.
No, I voted. Thank you. I abstained. Okay, if we could see the screen and make sure that Councillor Regan's voted in the way he wanted to. Oh. Right, we really have finished now. So that's carried. If I could just say that I've been talking to the monitoring officer and she has said that we do need to rework a lot of the Constitution anyway with the forthcoming boundary changes, etc. And so I don't see why we shouldn't actually revisit this at some stage. I think that might be a good idea. Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Can I thank you for that? Because there is genuine disquiet on this side of the chamber, and if it is able to be taken up outside of this and reviewed, we would respect and appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. Right, we've got to item 19. Monitoring variation of the scheme of delegation. This is another recommendation from the monitoring officer. This was as a result of an incident that cropped up with a minor application whereby they would have been left without 106 agreement had officers not been allowed to make the decision. And we are asked if we agree that this amendment that was made in an emergency situation continues to have effect. So, are there any dissenters from that, or are we happy to go with this? Agreed? Thank you very much. Sorry. Right, now we do come to the first motion. Climate change, Councillor Ashfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I want to thank the parties for giving way to this motion. The fact that 3 climate emergency motions were submitted to Council, I hope means that I'm pushing against an open door this evening. I will also assume that the case has already been made in our minds as to why this motion is so critical right now. Basingstoke and Deane are far from being the first council to put forward a climate emergency motion. Manchester and Bristol led the way at the end of last year in declaring a climate emergency, and since then, in excess of 100 councils have joined them. Indeed, I congratulate Whitchurch Town Council, who themselves declared a climate emergency last month and are already working on its action plan. So far be it from me to claim any original thought on this issue. I will also take this opportunity to thank Basingstoke Transition Network, Basingstoke Clean Air Group and Natural Basingstoke, who've led the way locally over many years, campaigning, awareness raising and lobbying. Those of you sitting in the public gallery will no doubt recognise me as the novice I am. I am no expert, but like many people, I'm trying to make positive changes in my daily life. It's not easy. I'm a member of our low waste Whitchurch group, but I'm often led feeling wretched about the lack of beeswax wraps in my home and the amount of plastic still in my bin. The fact is, action is at risk of becoming a pursuit of the time-rich middle classes. That is why it is critical that councils take this challenge, as we hold so much of the influence to ensure that the air we breathe is clean. Fundamental decisions around local planning, transport, infrastructure and waste are made here.
Tonight is a start, but we have an awfully long way to go. We have a lot to learn, and we need to be ready to listen to each other, and most critically to our communities who must drive this change. We also have to be ready to challenge our residents' requests for parking, for more parking and bigger roads. We need to be willing to call out our own hypocrisy at times and contradictions in our policy and in our plans. We need to demand higher new build standards and rigorous enforcements of standards within the private sector. We must cherish and harness our green space to draw down carbon. We need to be ready to debate the credentials of waste incineration as a green method of dealing with waste and generating electricity. Near to my own ward, we are facing very real plans for a 50-metre tall waste-to-energy incinerator. The effects on air quality from noxious gases are frightening. We need this council to help protect the health of our residents and to campaign for clean air. We must be transparent around the carbon impact of all policy decisions that we make in order to achieve the really ambitious 2030 target that this motion sets out. There is, though, I am sure, real opportunity for creativity and entrepreneurship in how we tackle this. I note from a Facebook post from the Transition Network a couple of evenings ago, which welcomed this motion, but urged for the debating to stop and for the action to start. I'll therefore leave my speech here and open the floor to others to contribute. I look forward now to hearing from other councillors tonight on what I hope is the most fundamental motions for the future of Basingstoke and Deane. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I should have pointed out at the beginning that we're of course now talking to the motion which is very slightly amended as on the update paper, the bits in red, just changing request cabinet to and changing the date on the second point to 2025. But I'm sure you all understood that. Right, seconder please. Councillor Cousins? No, sorry, Councillor McCormick, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you all, actually, and especially would like to reiterate Councillor Astley's comments about giving way on the motion. I must confess I did a bit of a double take. I saw 3, thought there might have been 2, but I somehow get the sense I'm pushing at an open door here. Calling out hypocrisy, well, I just returned from a business trip to the US. The average EU person emits 8.4 tonnes of carbon, responsible for 8.4 tonnes of carbon emissions every year. The target is 0.6 tonnes per year. A return flight to Denver from London is 2.8 tonnes, so I'm already over target for this year. So I'm going to have to pay £60 compensation to an environmental cause to offset my own carbon emissions. There's a sense of urgency on this now. We're running out of time, globally. Carbon emissions worldwide are increasing, and that increase is accelerating. And as things stand, we are not on track to make our national target of 80% reduction by 2050 to contain global temperature rises to 1.5°C. And just yesterday, I read in the press scientists announcing that this month, July 2019, is likely to be the hottest July on record, breaking the previous record of July 2017, with record temperatures in the Canadian Arctic, droughts in Chennai and Harare, and record wildfires in the south of France. We only have about 10 years to turn things around. That might sound like quite a long time, but in reality, with new science and engineering, that's not a lot of time at all. The targets we have on paper are extremely challenging, and make no mistake, radical lifestyle changes are already required now. And if we leave things any later, even more radical changes will be needed, with huge economic consequences. But there are also tremendous opportunities. If we are the first in the world to embrace change, and we are the one as the local authorities leading that change. We've got transport strategy and housing standards on our papers tonight. These will be massively important with regard to mitigating climate change in the future. If we're amongst the first to move away from carbon-based transport and heating and hot water in the home, we will prosper and move ahead with the new technologies, while those that are reluctant to change, like Trump's America, still clinging to coal, will become economic backwaters, trying to sell products and services that are no longer competitive, stuck in a 20th century time warp, a bit like Castro's Cuba, or the Amish and Mennonites still relying on a horse and cart. So I think we don't have much choice really. We've not got much time to save the planet, and I'm really pleased that Hampshire have already declared a climate emergency, because I expect we'll be working in partnership with them a lot, an awful lot, in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to give first opportunity to those councillors who are due to propose and second the other two climate change motions, which have been now cancelled out. So can I ask Councillor Mahaffey, please?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, and thank you. Whilst my motion has been withdrawn, I'm delighted to see that my maiden speech is actually in support of three almost identical motions across the parties. As a new councillor, it gives me some assurance that what we're doing is probably the right thing. In 1994, I was one of only 6 people in the UK to be employed full-time on carbon credits. I founded, along with a partner, the company Climate Care, which some of you may know today. At that time, our biggest challenge was to convince people that climate change was a real thing and that the probable cause was mankind's activities. Nowadays, phrases like climate change, carbon footprints, carbon offsetting are common parlance. However, there is also little doubt that we are now seeing the results of what scientists have been predicting for years. It gives me no great pleasure, therefore, that I am standing before you now 25 years later, asking you to support a motion declaring a climate emergency. Climate change is real, it's with us today. Global heating is causing more extreme weather events, extremes of rainfall, droughts and rising sea levels. It not only puts more people at risk of flooding, but the hotter and drier summers put greater pressure on our already dwindling water supply. Scientists estimate that in some 20 years from now, the lines of supply and demand for water will cross and we will not have enough water. Climate change is the single biggest and most important issue we face today. It will affect everything we do and everything we care about. All of us in this chamber enjoy the tremendous privilege of being able to serve our parishes and our wards. It is now time we step up to the brink and serve our species, as it is no exaggeration to say that humanity is standing at the brink of a very precarious future. It's easy to be daunted by the scale of the challenge and conclude that it's all too difficult to do something, but it's not all doom and gloom. Technology in the last 25 years has moved on at an exponential pace. It was, for example, also in 1994 that I recall sending my first email, a communication channel that my children now view as old-fashioned. Renewables now provide 30% of the UK's electricity supply annually, and at points have provided as much as 50%. Mankind has within its gift the ability to address the big challenges. Mankind has caused this problem, and it is mankind that has the capacity to fix it. It's undoubtedly difficult for individuals to see how they can contribute to carbon reduction. So it's up to politicians everywhere to show cross-party support, cross-party unity, to enable our communities to make the changes that might just save our future. I do hope that our political differences and the minor changes, the minor variations in words that I saw in the agendas, the motions earlier, will not slow real change in this arena. We all know the direction we must follow, and we all understand the urgency. We owe this to our children. At the recent annual Flood and Coastal Erosion Conference, where the climate emergency was the underlying theme, one of the speakers was 15-year-old Emma Greenwood, the youth MP for Bury. She told the assembled adults, "You have the power to make or break my future." We do have that power. Let us use it wisely, and I urge everyone to support this declaration and ensure, as Mr. Heath said earlier, that we follow it up with genuine action. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Would Councillor Mackay like to speak to this next? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If ever a subject deserved cross-party support, this is one, and it's a pleasure to be speaking, as others have said, with that background. And it's very likely I'm going to say the same things as already said, but I'll try and say them in my own way. I find climate emergency as a term is something, it's an expression charged with emotion. I mean, any emergency is something that gets the emotions. It's not just a straightforward factual thing. So the question for me really begins with, is it justified? Is it justifiable to declare an emergency, a climate emergency? So this emotional situation and something so fundamental as the environment that we live in. And the answer for me is absolutely yes. Global heating is the single greatest threat to everything we care about. Rising temperatures are already causing serious damage around the world, damaging air, water and soil. Right here, right now in Basingstoke, pollution is risking our health, and I thank Basingstoke Clinician Network and a speech given by a professor from Southampton University last year that was connected with the group to help me understand the importance of this. So in the coming decades, we must change the way we live, travel, work and play. And it's not going to be easy, comfortable or free of cost. The motion mentions the IPCC report, and it talks about we're not on track to meet the Paris Agreement's 1.5 degree centigrade limit before 2050. And the consequences of this will be dire and irreversible, they go on to say. It's not all bad news in that report. There is a positive note which tells us that we could limit global warming to 1.5 degrees C. And I quote, but only with ambitious action from national and subnational authorities, civil society, the private sector and local communities. That means us. That means us. Our own Parliament in London has passed a climate emergency motion. The government has yet to declare a climate emergency. But with the Environment Secretary or Secretary of State for the Environment has acknowledged that there is a climate emergency and is committed to net carbon zero emissions by 2050. So David Attenborough, a well-known figure, was speaking recently to a parliamentary committee, and he said it's only right and responsible that the UK leads in tackling the problems of climate change. We started the problem in the first place. We're the first to industrialise with an industrial revolution based on burning coal. Locally, we have a number of documents. We've talked about a transport strategy tonight. We've got a 2050 horizon vision. They're peppered with references to sustainability, public transport, cycling and walking in the Basingstoke and Dean of the future. We know the technology exists to future-proof new build housing with low carbon heating, excellent energy efficiency and low water consumption. So in some ways, we're facing in the right direction, but we haven't defined the destination. So I support the motion that asks the Council to define the destination for its own activities and those of the Borough to make our activities carbon neutral by the end of 2025. I support the motion that asks the Council to lead on climate change by working towards making the Borough carbon neutral by 2030, ahead of the target of 2050. So this motion asks the Council to lead on climate change by embedding climate action in everything we do. Leading means a strategy based on year-on-year reduction of carbon emissions is no longer enough. So we have a climate strategy, 2014 to 2020. It's past its sell-by date. We need to publish new commitments that embed climate action in everything we do, and as others have said, matched by a commitment to act. So a growing number of UK local authorities have already passed climate emergency motions. The latest I've read is it's above 120. So let's join them. Let's be leaders. Let's declare a climate emergency. Let's take action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few days ago, one of my children approached me and asked me, how do we take the temperature of the Earth? At just 7 years old, he knows that the Earth temperatures are rising and that this could have a profound impact upon his future. Mummy, it's as if the Earth is poorly, he told me, and it's our job to make it better. Of course, it's much, much more complicated than he can currently comprehend. But essentially, the crux of what he is saying is absolutely right. And the terribly sad thing about it is that his life is going to be far more affected by the impact of climate change than that of those of us who created the situation. How we now choose to act and respond is going to make all the difference to his life and the lives of the millions of young people just like him who are putting all their faith in people like us. Here in Basingstoke-Deane, approximately a quarter of our residents are under 20. That's around 43,000 people. Young people, the vast majority of whom are not old enough to vote. And these are the people who are going to be most unequivocally affected by severe consequences as the Earth's temperatures continue to rise. Earlier this year, on the 25th of May, thousands of school children and young people across the UK walked out of class to join a UK-wide climate strike amid growing anger at the failure of politicians to tackle the escalating ecological crisis. Young people are frustrated at the older generations and our inaction on the environmental impact of climate change. The Paris Agreement of 2015 was led by a man named Christiana Figueres. He recently said in a statement that the fact that children are so worried about their futures that they are prepared to strike should make adults sit up and take notice. He said that it is a sign that we are failing in our responsibility to protect them from the worsening impacts of climate change. In London, there are as many as 400,000 children living in areas where the levels of nitrogen oxide are so high that it is against the law. More than 50% of the air pollution in London is caused by vehicles, and despite a reduction in traffic within the city due to congestion charging, the levels of nitrogen oxide are not falling as quickly as was expected or hoped. Here at Basingstoke-Deane, we take air quality very seriously, but we must take heed of situations like that in London. There is no easy fix. Compromises have to be made. As individuals, as councillors, as a council and as a borough, every single one of us has a part to play. I am aware that there are already some local groups and individuals within our borough who are working tirelessly to make changes and to inspire others to do so. As a council, we must work to support these efforts. We are all going to need to work together. We're hearing this motion in order to consider whether to declare a climate emergency within our borough. Whilst reading into climate change recently, I came upon a phrase, an emergency requires an emergency response. We must ensure that we work together as a council, making it absolute priority to turn our words into actions and show that we care passionately about the future of our planet and those who will inherit it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief, or try to be very brief. When we spoke about the transport paper earlier, the leader said we'll hear more about climate change when we go through the motions. I know it's not what he meant, but this cannot be going through the motions. This is far more serious than just going through the motions. And this cannot be one of those situations where we pat ourselves in the back for having a lovely debate and drawing up a great idea, and we take it to committee and draw up a brilliant strategy, and we tuck it away in a very nice cupboard, and then we carry on with life, because that's not good enough. It's very simple. This is an emergency. It's not a climate change issue, a climate change problem, or a climate change worry. It's an emergency. You do not react to an emergency slowly, you react very quickly. Too often we get the challenge of when we talk about let's have electric buses, that'll be the start of the process, we get told no, the technology will be so much better in 10 years, so let's just wait. 10 years is it. That's the end. There's no turning back in 10 years. If we don't take action now, in 10 years, we're already on the footpath to destruction. Well, a few degrees increase in the temperature over the whole year leads to rising oceans, it leads to storms, it leads to flooding, it leads to sunshine and droughts and all those kind of things which start killing off plants. Just plants at first, but those insects that feed on those plants, they die out. The birds that feed on those insects, they die out. And the ripple effect happens. It's already happening. We've lost something like 60,000 species in the last sort of 50 odd years, but it will accelerate. It will go faster. And we are responsible for stopping the end of life on Earth, because that's how bad things are. If we do not do things very, very quickly and serious things, we're going to come to an end. So I will say no more. I will stop, because it's time for action now, no more time for words. Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I welcome and support, I welcome and support this motion, and I particularly welcome the fact that it has set a time frame. But I have to say there is so much more that we can and should be doing. We need to remember there is a climate emergency, and we need to remember also there is a biodiversity emergency, and you can't fix one without the other. In the past 50 years, we've lost over half of our biodiversity in the UK. Over 50% of our biodiversity has gone. In 3 decades, it's estimated that around 75% of flying insects have been lost. And in 2 decades, over half are farmland birds. So if we're to pass this motion, we need to have a thorough appraisal of every practice and policy of this council to see where we can do better. If we do not change fundamentally the way we do things as a council, then good as this motion is, it will be just words. It will be, as Councillor James suggested, another strategy, sitting on the shelf, gathering dust, and hauled out when we need to tick some boxes. We must insist as a council that all and any development is sustainable development. It's no good talking about how ambitious we are as a council if those ambitions do not extend to ensuring that we keep our promise. And we have made this promise, the administrations have made it, the council's made it, it's enshrined in the local plan. No development without infrastructure, we have said. That's a promise that receives a hollow reception on the southwest of town at the moment, where thousands of houses are being planned with no visible commitment to sustainability or infrastructure. We must improve our planning practices. We must be prepared to be more robust and refuse developments which are not sustainable and not roll over for every developer. We must enforce adequate woodland buffers and margins. Those buffers have been hard thought through many hours of committee work by members on all sides, and they need to be adhered to. They are there for a purpose. Thomas Crowther, who is a scientific advisor to the UN, has stated that trees are our most powerful weapon in the fight against climate change. We should therefore not turn a blind eye when hugely important areas such as Old Down are encroached upon. Trees are vital to carbon capture, and it's our duty to protect them. We must protect existing ancient woodlands and sinks, as well as veteran trees. And yes, you can plant up replacement trees when you remove them. But once ancient or veteran trees are lost, they and the habitat that they represent and they gather and they maintain will be lost forever. We should stop frequent cutting of green areas unless there is a good reason to do so. By allowing our green areas to grow, a diverse range of plants is allowed to flourish, and these in turn support our hugely at-risk pollinators. This is a win-win. It will save us money in maintenance and it will improve biodiversity. I've complained personally about unnecessary and destructive cutting of grass and flower areas in my area. And only last week, a resident tweeted at the council about the devastation of an area which had been buzzing with bees and insects and received a less than adequate response. We need to be far more sensitive and intelligent on this. And we need to allow local community groups and experts such as Paul Beavers and Natural Basingstoke to manage areas for conservation without putting out obstacles and barriers in their way. We need to accept that we are not always the experts and there are other local people who can do better and who want to assist. At the moment, they report they are becoming more and more disillusioned due to the council's wish to constantly be in control. Madam Mayor, members, we are custodians of the future for our children and our children's children. We must do better. We must ensure this motion initiates an entirely different approach, which is embedded in every policy and practice. Time is running out. We must act now and ensure this motion is not just words. It really means something. It achieves a change in how we undertake everything we do. The time to act is right now before it's too late. If we do not, we will not be forgiven. To quote David Attenborough, the world's people have spoken. Their message is clear. Time is running out. They want you, the decision makers, to act now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor George.
Had a very valuable support, I think. This is a global issue, but I'm frankly, ashamed to be part of a generation which not only leaves our grandchildren with enormous debt, but also the liability of waste, which includes all the CO2 we emit. I'm frankly ashamed of that. Whilst there's much we cannot control, it would be irresponsible not to show leadership and influence where we can to help resolve these issues. Indeed, if we are proactive, there may well be unexpected opportunities and benefits for our community. The excellent work undertaken by the 2050 Vision team provides a long-term planning document which is serious in its intent and encompasses the views of our community, and that covers sustainability in its core. This is to be applauded in a world where politics rarely looks beyond the next elections and sometimes ignores the wills of the people. It's a great starting place for us to develop our strategy. On reading the 2050 report, it's of great interest to me that the community have placed their faith in technology to resolve the climate change problems. It's a very interesting thing if you read it through. Basingstoke-Deane has a strong technology legacy and base, and we should grasp the opportunity to attract, promote, and if necessary, support renewable energy technology companies, engineers, and scientists, which will help in combat and adapt to climate change. Basingstoke-Deane Borough Council is also very well protected from the ravages of climate change due to our elevation, the underlying chalk, and the underlying chalk. We are relatively well protected against flood, as are our communication links. We have adequate water supply and well-drained arable land. We're in a good base in which to tackle the issues facing us. In developing our strategies, we should be very focused on those issues which will have the biggest impact on reducing greenhouse emissions. These may not be immediately apparent. Electric cars should be encouraged because they have an impact on air quality. However, reductions in CO2 emissions may quite be marginal, actually, until we change the UK electrical generation mix. In contrast, reduction of flights, as Councillor McCormick pointed out, will reduce emissions by up to 30% of personal emissions. Perhaps we should be promoting our tourism industry, for example, staycations, as they now call them, I believe, in our beautiful Hampshire countryside. Maybe that'll have a greater effect. There are things we can influence, but I do find it inexplicable that we are still delivering new buildings and homes which are nowhere near carbon neutral. The planning system makes it difficult to reject applications, I understand, on such grounds. The government needs to look at the planning frameworks and remove the obstacles. This is something we need to address by lobbying government and through a review of our local plan. Am I just about running out of time?
You've run out of time.
I've run out of time. Many of the measures which we will have the greatest impact are not going to be popular, as has been pointed out. We, as a borough and individual councillors, need, however, to courageously take the lead and by example. Overall, for the sake of our grandchildren, we need to make climate change central to our decision-making, and I do agree with those who suggest including this along with the equalities and human resources implications in our decision checklist. It's equality, it is equally, if not more important, to the future of society we live in. We need to do this sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to explain, that was I didn't want to interrupt a maiden speech, which that was, so thank you very much. But I don't allow it for anyone else. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think you missed a couple of other maiden speeches there as well.
Yeah.
I want to start with a piece of nostalgia. I was at university studying economics between 67 and 70. 67, Marilyn Tucker wasn't even a councillor then. Right, there was a time of student idealism and protest. Yes, I was an idealist once. I was a paid-up friend of the earth. At that time, an important book came out, The Cost of Economic Growth by E.L. Mission. I also read J.G. Ballard's Drowned World. The climate emergency was on the horizon 50 years ago. It's nothing new. But we read the books. We did nothing then. I fear for the future that our children and grandchildren will inherit. Not the world I was born in 70 years ago. Not even the greatly reduced natural world that we have now, but a world of increasing temperatures, rising sea levels, and food shortages. More recently, oops, if I can find it, we have The Uninhabitable Earth by David Wallace Wells, billed as J.G. Ballard was an optimist. Reading this, he was. Basic premise in the book is that it is too late to save the planet. If we were going to do anything to save it, we should have done it years ago. I hope he's wrong. This motion is the start of a long process. It's not going to be quick. It's going to go on for ages. But words are not enough. Actions are required. And if we can't start 50 years ago, we must just run faster now. This council will not make much difference in isolation. Action is needed on a national and international scale. It is important that each and every one of us does our best towards it, because it is the accumulation of individual efforts that will make it possible. We need to lead by example. It is not somebody else's problem. It will not be easy. It will involve sacrifice. But the reward is a better world for our children and future generations. Do nothing, they may not have a world to inherit. I support the motion. I look forward to the officer reports telling us what we can do and challenging them because they're wrong. We can do more. I expect to see the council actually implementing these actions before the end of the year. Any later is too late. I support the motion.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time for the overall motion, but if you'd allow me to suspend standing order so we can just hear the last couple of speakers, as we're condensing three into one here. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In standing to speak to the three motions, it's important, I think, just to recognise the importance of the motions. I mean, I've been in this chamber now for nearly 20 years, and motions come and go and issues come and go. But this is the one I can actually look my godchildren in the face and say, we could do something about your future in a way that we really need to, and take it as seriously as that. And it's on all the issues you've said. No one this evening has said anything that all of us wouldn't agree with. But isn't it that notion that it ain't going to be easy, and it needs to be quick? We can't wait. It needs to be something that we action in every part of our lives, but also the lives that we can influence as the decision makers, as people have said. I think about the recycling opportunities. I think about building and planning and housing. I think about the standards that we have around transport and the community work we do. It touches everything this council is about, has got to embrace this. And it's going to be as difficult for our officers trying to develop policies and procedures and ways forward as it is for us. And at times we are going to have to really bite hard on the cost implications of it, as much as the policy implications. And there are those that have gone before us in this chamber who have championed this cause for donkey's years. And it has taken us this long to get to here. So we should pay respect to them for all of their work, for all the years they've been at it. But it also means they need to be part of this. How do we get residents involved in this? It can't just be about the 60 of us. How do we get those groups who have got the ideas around our town and our borough involved in a way that they too can shape this and be part of it? There are some pretty huge challenges, I think, out there of engagement and consultation and involvement. Not so much that you just, as has been said, stick a strategy on the shelf and forget about it, because that ain't going to do it. If we're genuine about looking our children and our godchildren and grandchildren in the faces in the future, then we've got to have done something about this. And I'm not saying nobody has. I'm not saying this is a zero-sum game, because it isn't. But if we don't ramp it up, if we don't genuinely take the emergency as to what it is, and others have said far more eloquently than I am tonight about the issues, then what's the point of these motions? Other than just for the sake of the words and the language that we're giving out tonight, all the hot air, because we're contributing to it. In the sense of it, the agenda has to be really about what we do to make a difference in each in our lives. And just one simple example. You know, not everybody can afford this agenda. Think about it. I went out last year to buy trying to do something on the car front, Finding an electric car you can actually afford isn't easy in Basingstoke. Affording to recycle, because affording to go to the supermarket to buy the food to put on the table that doesn't come in plastic wrap and is really hard. Yeah, there are so many challenges out there that just go beyond this chamber, that go beyond us as local government, but also we can't afford to move at local government's glacial pace. We've got to pick it up and move far quicker. And I think that's a real challenge. And I don't mean to be negative in saying that we've failed, but we have actually, because we've only touched the surface of this so far. We really, really have. So in taking this forward, in all of the good words and all of the good energy that's being generated in this room, the Cabinet are going to get landed with the responsibility, but it is not theirs alone. It cannot be theirs alone. They need the support of members and backbenchers. They need the support of all of us in terms of the community groups and those organisations out there, and they need to bring them in so that those experts, because we're not, I'm not, I want to learn, I want to know, I want to be part of it, I want to try, as everybody does, but we need the experts to help us shape this thing so that actually the end result, the product of all of this is we do our bit. And maybe that's also involved lobbying government and lobbying all those other agencies and to pick up the pace afterwards. Maybe that's a part of this as well, no matter who's in government, because it's going to have to be a much, much bigger agenda to achieve the sort of change that we want to see. And I think, we've got to think differently. So a very, very simple thing, as others have said, an environmental impact assessment is one thing in planning. An environmental impact assessment of every single decision this authority makes should be part of that decision-making process. On our reports, we do risk assessments, we do the rest of it. This should be there. Clearly, the climate impact of everything this council does should be part of the decision-making process, and we should justify it on those grounds, or admit that the decision will not, in which case it's a bad decision, isn't it, if we adopt the strategy that we're supposed to be adopting tonight. So there's lots on the agenda on this, and I certainly don't underestimate the challenge, but I hope we're good enough to do it, really, because I'd like to come back here and say that actually I can look my godchildren in the faces, you want to look your children and grandchildren in the face and say, actually, we did do something. We made a difference.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ashfield, would you like to sum up?
I just want to thank everybody for time taken this evening and the respect given to everyone to speak. This isn't my motion, it's obviously our motion, so let's do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Shall we vote electronically to record such rare harmony? Has everyone voted who wants to vote? Is Councillor Regan's equipment working?
There's only two not.
Oh, good. Okay, that's fine. That seems to be unanimous. Wonderful. Thank you. Right, we're nearly there. Item 21, another motion, Manydown Country Park. Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, but I believe there's a point of order coming from Councillor Keating.
Yes, Councillor Keating.
Madam Mayor, I have a very simple request, and I have information from the proposer and seconder that they will accept an amendment to the effect of putting a full stop on the end of line 6, i.e. for all the residents of the borough, and removing the names of a small range of wards because it's applicable to all wards. And I'm told that they will accept, and I'm grateful to them. Thank you.
Thank you. That's an amendment, and you're in agreement, Councillor Frost, are you?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Frost. Are all in agreement with that amendment? Agreed. Thank you. Over to you again, Councillor Frost, for the revised motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reasons for this motion are simple and clear. Okay. In addition to helping the climate emergency, the 101 hectares, or an area equivalent to circa 94 football fields, has been set aside for the development of an exemplary country park with a clear and ongoing programme of events establishing financial independence over a relatively short timescale, and is a worthwhile contribution to the objective of making Basingstoke a wonderful place to live, worthy of the objectives of the Many Down project and also Basingstoke Horizon 2050. Alongside being a welcome leisure amenity for the residents of my ward, Oakley and North Waltham, as well as the residents and visitors of the borough. The development of the strategy for the country park currently sits with Urban and Civic through DevCo and is required to be developed within 12 months of the contract with Urban and Civic being signed. Alongside this, the Many Down land is currently being farmed by a tenant farmer who also requires 12 months' notice to be served to vacate the land. There are a number of businesses that may need to be relocated within the Many Down site. One such business is called Polo Pastures. The aim of this not-for-profit business is to rehome polo ponies who have come to the end of their polo playing careers due to old age or injury. Polo Pastures have currently helped facilitate the rehoming of over 1,000 ponies into new permanent homes and offer educational opportunities to local schools and other bodies. Amongst others, this important educational not-for-profit business will require considerable time and effort to ensure these highly intelligent horses will be able to settle into their new home in the new country park. So, in closing, Madam Mayor, I urge members all across the chamber to support the motion, for the benefit of all the residents of the borough, and allow for the development of the country park to take place at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you switch your microphone off? Thank you. Just one moment. Before we continue, it's got to 9:30. Can we have agreement that we'll see it through to the end of the agenda this evening? Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Keating?
Thank you. I thought you were going to go for the proposal or the seconder.
Is this a speech to the proposal? Could I just get the seconder first, if that's okay, and see if he wants to speak? Councillor Simon Bound, you're the seconder? You'll hold on to it. Okay. Okay, sorry. Over to you, Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I simply say, and I will keep this brief, I have spoken out loud and in favour of this country park. And one of the things I was saying to people in the last year that I was mayor was it is essential that austerity doesn't stop us investing in the maintenance and growth of the country park. Because you can't stop the money one year and allow the park to deteriorate the next year. So that's all I was going to say. Thank you.
Councillor Bound, there's just you left.
Sorry,
Beg your pardon. Okay.
Obviously, I'm going to support this, but I'm going to make a plea. When you do the country park, can you make sure you have enough staff to do it and it is not taken away from the housing estates? Because at the moment, a lot of the vegetation and everything else in the housing estates are suffering. Our staff are struggling to do it because we haven't got enough. So please, can we look at it? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Fell.
Madam Mayor, just on one point, on 14.3 in the Constitution, we don't amend motions on notice. it's the proposer and seconder who quite properly agreed to what Councillor Keating suggested, and that was the end of the matter. And we shouldn't have perhaps voted, but we know that now for the future. Can I say I fully support this motion? It is a wonderful opportunity for the borough to have a country park. And it is essential that it is operating as soon as possible after planning permission is granted and the developers can get it open, the better. It's been promised for a long time. The residents closest to it, of course, are the ones who probably will get best access to it, and it may operate as some consolation or compensation for some of the effects of having development close to them, to know that they will be within walking distance of it. I hope it would be open next year, but of course I can't promise that. It's not for me to do so. But what I want to say is that I think it's been a long time coming. It was the idea of a country park for the borough actually came from the Conservatives. It then got put into the local plan through the EPH committee, and it has then made its way through to the current design brief for Manydown, and it is a firm commitment of those who will be developing Manydown, as we all know. So I hope it can open soon, and I hope that the current generation of Basingstoke residents will benefit from it and not have to wait umpteen years for it to be available. So I support this motion.
Well said.
Thank you. Councillor Isaac.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the other portfolio holder responsible, I'm grateful to Councillors Frost and Bound for highlighting publicly this evening the importance of the future country park at Manydown. Our plans, in conjunction with Hampshire County Council, are to make it one of the top and best used and loved amenities for all residents. At some 250 acres, it will be a big and varied green open space. Delivering a new country park that we can be proud of has been central to our plans for Manydown from the start. Shortlisted private sector partners were assessed in part on their ideas for a country park, and the preferred partner, Urban and Civic, came forward with strong imaginative proposals now outlined in preliminary form in the interim business plan agreed by the two councils. They see that a well-managed popular country park can contribute greatly to creating good community spirit and attracting people to the new homes at Manydown. Public engagement to help shape the future country park will be commencing over the coming months, starting quite appropriately with schools, because they're the people who are going to be living at Manydown in the years to come. We'll be starting that this summer. Strong community stakeholder and councillor involvement is important in ensuring we hear good ideas on what people want and don't want. Once outline planning has been achieved, we aim to bring a reserved matters application setting out detailed plans as soon as possible. There are many exciting possibilities for our new country park. Educational uses covering ecology, horticulture, wildlife and farming. On climate change emergency, I agree with Councillor Reid about the importance of trees in carbon capture. And as the representative of this council on the Herbert plantation, I recently learnt how valuable the oak tree is as a host for many diverse species. Leisure uses such as cycling, walking, equestrian will also, I hope, form part of what we do at the country park. Entertainment. Events might include open air plays and music. Food and drink outlets could also feature. Urban and Civic, working with us, envisage constructing a community building, the Manydown Magnet, at the country park at an early stage for leisure, office and food uses. I hope that this reassures councillors of the importance and value that we and our partners are attaching to the new country park in our planning for Manydown. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gavin James.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I welcome this motion. Well, actually, don't welcome the motion. I welcome the policy that we already have around the Manydown Country Park and the importance of it. It's unfortunate there was a delay in getting Manydown in the local plan. Otherwise, the country park would be up and running by now and wildlife would start moving in. What is a bit concerning is why we're discussing this as a motion. We have a motion moved by a Conservative chair of a committee, seconded by a member of the Cabinet, the Conservative Cabinet, asking two Conservative Cabinet members to work together to deliver an agreed policy we've already adopted cross-party. When I ask my children to do anything they think is slightly ridiculous or pointless, they send me a text back saying, WTF. I think it means, why the fuss? And I think the same could be applied to this motion. I will support it because I can't really do anything else, but I just don't know what the point is, because it's just saying, let's carry on doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to sum up, Councillor Frost?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank all councillors, Councillor Isaac and Raphael and Keating for the amendment to the motion, and I urge members across the chamber to support the motion for the benefit of all the residents of the borough and to allow for the development of the country park to take place at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we vote with a show of hands this time? Agreed. Thank you very much. Moving on to the third motion, housing standards. Councillor Raphael.
Madam Mayor, I became aware a few weeks ago that there was a consultation by the government on the proposal for a new homes ombudsman, and it was basically dealing with the decline in standards of new homes and obviously the adverse effects upon new home owners and what redress they have. And I thought, well, actually, rather than just have the usual gambit of motions that we tend to have where one group lobbies for one issue and another group disagrees, it might actually generate some unity and interesting points of view. Well, in fact, as it now turns out, it's in a succession of unity debates we've had here tonight, and here is another one. I didn't want the opportunity missed for us to hear what all members might say on this, bearing in mind, of course, that all members will have the opportunity to respond to the consultation directly, but I have the role of responding to the consultation on the borough's behalf, and therefore I will be taking account of what is said tonight and discussing and meeting with officers to put forward proposals on your behalf as well. Of course, the consultation, I think we will probably all agree, is long overdue. The problem of new homes being built that have problems that fall outside of the ambit of building control or planning enforcement obligations and planning conditions has long been a problem that certain developments within the borough have suffered. And I visited last Saturday a new development that is part of our local plan, and I was dismayed that the residents who've been moving into this new development over the last 18 months, some of them, not all obviously, but some have had to endure pretty bad problems. Just listing a few. Garages being built where the brickwork is so wide the garage door won't fit in it properly. Residents moving in whilst the builders are still in the house. Residents in occupation for 12 months, but the porch still hasn't been built. Bowed floors, bowed walls, leaking bathrooms, gaps between doors that are supposed to meet, but you can actually put your hands between the doors, and no cavity wall insulation being installed into multiple properties. That's just a short list of some of the problems, and I'm sure some of you can list others. Well, this consultation looks at establishing a new homes ombudsman scheme. Well, whether that is a good thing or a bad thing, I'll be interested to hear what you've got to say. One obviously has to consider whether a developer building one house would be party to this, as opposed to those developers developing larger sites. One obviously wants to consider whether permitted development rights for offices being converted into flats will apply. I know many of you would say they definitely should. As we know, most of the complaints that have occurred during the 2-year defect liability period from whilst developers have first built their properties. And the government seems to be aware of the imbalance of power between developers and new residents who, once they've moved in and have lost touch with their solicitors, their only redress at the moment seems to be endless pleading, ganging up with other neighbours and hoping for the best, or actually trying to go to court, which of course would incur further expense. One of the questions being asked in the consultation is who should have the delegated authority for the New Homes Ombudsman, and I'm wondering whether it should be the local planning authority, because that would in itself generate an income that would fund it, because the developers would have to part with money in order to belong. It might be connected to planning permission in the sense that if there was an outstanding obligation for a home to meet the right standards because of complaint, that the local planning authority could withhold planning permission on other sites until that was dealt with. I wonder whether the local planning authority, of course, because of the nature of how we operate, would create a degree of transparency and also a degree of representation, because many of us have got quite a lot we'd like to say about what we think developers should or shouldn't be doing. And of course, because they would therefore be in the glare of the public's the spotlight with the press, it might encourage developers to crack on a little bit quicker than they may currently do when they've obviously got to get into that spotlight without us. So there's quite a lot to consider. I hope members join in and suggest what should be done, but something definitely needs to be done soon, and as I say, it's long overdue. So I welcome hearing what you've got to say, and I hope you value the opportunity to say something tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's being seconded, I believe, by Councillor Capon. Do you want to speak now or later? No?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few brief points from me, because I very much echo much of what Councillor Farrell has already outlined. And that it's just to say that I strongly support this council championing the voice of our residents in this government consultation. For too long have residents found themselves moving into their eagerly anticipated and hard-earned new home, only to be welcomed by the meeting stressful and sometimes incredibly life-impacting repairs to be carried out on a property which should have frankly been ready to go from the moment the keys were handed over. A particular area of this government consultation I was delighted to see was the proposal to look at redress schemes and options for promoting effective approaches to complaint handling. Something which I'm sure many of us across the chamber can relate to is hearing from a distressed resident who is at the end of their tether trying to chase up developers and have their concerns heard, but simply have no clear pathway or guidance on how to do this, and so are left stuck and wondering where to turn next. As someone who personally lives on a new build estate, less than a year, the level of issues experienced by residents and in my own property in relation to snagging and repairs is simply intolerable. And can often have such a detrimental impact on tenants and owners and the ability to just enjoy your new home and get on with living, as you should expect to be able to do. So following on from the housing investment strategy paper that we discussed earlier this evening, I'd like to think that the passing of this motion, should it be successful, would further reflect a council and an administration that's committed to ensuring that all of our residents have access to a home that they can be truly proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Phillimore.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks to the Cabinet member for planning for the speech. I've got a couple of questions for himself, really, about the consultation process. Does he know that will the motion or the consultation cover the performance of the developers in the flagrant disregard of planning conditions prior and during build, as well as the poor quality of the build? Because if we're honest, and those of us who've got developments in our wards, 50% of our casework is from the frustration and the anxiety of residents from these developers. And I'd like to see us support some of the enforcement in this administration, because I'm sure they need a lot stronger support than what they're getting at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Simon Bound.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The fact that in 2008 the Office of Fair Trading's review into home building in the UK identified problems for residents when buying a new home, such as delays in moving in, faults in new homes and potentially unfair terms of contracts, I'm sure comes as no surprise to many members in this chamber. We have all had to listen to very frustrated residents. I have been to only too many meetings. One particularly sticks in my mind where Councillor Jane Frankham and I were there with a group of residents where we had one person who I'm not sure we knew what they were going to do next, and we were very concerned. As the ward I represent is purely new development, built by many developers, residents in Rookstown have certainly experienced all of these terrible problems. Problems that can cause a horrific impact on their lives and their health. I've had more than one resident who has moved out of their home on 3 occasions, not for weeks, but for months, to have significant structural problems from their every single brick being removed and rebuilt, to having their roof taken off their frame, off the brick onto the wooden frame because it's not where it should be, to staircases being rebuilt and then rebuilt again. And it's fundamentally isn't good enough. Whilst the majority of new home purchasers are satisfied with their new home, it is more than reasonable for purchasers to rightly expect and should receive high standards of service, both during and after the purchase of their property. If something has gone wrong during the developing, selling or aftercare, that problems need to be rectified and complaints dealt with in a timely manner, at no further expense to them as a customer. It is with this in mind that I welcome this consultation from central government on introducing a new homes ombudsman with a desire to both improve customers' means of redress through a statutory scheme and also improve the systems in place to check quality and workmanship, develop a new quality culture within the construction industry and improve the information customers receive about their new home and a right to inspect it before they buy it. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Well said.
Thank you. Councillor Bean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I start by saying I welcome the motion brought to us this evening. Buying a home is one of the biggest financial investments and commitments our residents make. A new build property is a popular choice for many residents, and this can be for a number of different reasons. For example, the Help to Buy scheme, or the fact that they move into a home that is brand new and requires no improvement or renovation. I know this was a real selling point when I recently purchased a new build property. It is therefore right that our residents should expect perfection when they purchase a new build property. And if issues present after they have moved in, these should be rectified in a timely manner. If I was to purchase a new pair of jeans tomorrow, for example, and noticed the seam was coming apart, the retailer in question, upon proof of purchase, would rectify the situation. Why should we expect any less when it comes to a new home? It is widely known that a new build property comes at a premium, and our residents should therefore receive the very best aftercare service. However, we know this is not the case. We have developers building substandard new homes with quality and design issues reported that are quite frankly ignored and never rectified. I know this is the case in my local area and is something I have personally experienced. We have residents left in a situation where they do not know where to turn and are having to resolve issues at a cost to themselves. They feel like they're hitting a brick wall. This is not acceptable and those developers should be held to account. Is it right that our children could be living in an unsafe environment when we have new homes that have leaks, mould, cracks, and quite honestly may not stand the test of time? Developers cannot continue to provide poor quality homes. The motion also reaffirms this council's commitment to ensure the Many Down development provides homes that our residents need and are of high quality that they wish to live in. I wholeheartedly support our commitment to do so. Our residents need new homes, but we need to ensure they are fit for purpose and there are fit for purpose processes in place to deal with any issues, such as the new homes ombudsman. I welcome the government's consultation and I'm confident the Cabinet Member for Planning, Infrastructure and the National Environment will respond, reiterating the absolute need for adequate support for our residents buying new build homes to ensure that developers promptly deal with issues and further build to the right standard first time so that there is no requirement for dealing with post-purchase issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This issue is one of those where Is a community decides to take development, and it's hard enough at times to get communities to accept the development needs to happen and houses need to be built, the expectation is that what gets built is of the quality and the standard that you would expect. And it's not just the housing itself, it's also the place in which it is built. The place-making element of this is critical, because it's not just the indoors, it's the outdoors. It's the environment in which you live, full stop, that the developers deliver. And they aren't very good, in many cases, at completing the full package that makes both the houses and the community and the elements in which they live good enough on the standards that we want. I think there is an issue to do with deregulation. We know the issues to do with Grenfell. We know the issues around deregulation of housing standards that have come back and have been tragic, absolutely tragic. So there is a question here of where regulation has teeth. And we're having an ombudsman, while good in principle, has the ability to affect change on developers is going to be critical. Because developers are at the moment subject to the free market. And the free market cannot regulate itself. Their products are their products. So they want to get them up, they want to make their money, and they want to move on to the next site. And the question becomes one of how do we give them the incentive and the investment to concentrate on what they're doing in a way that quality becomes a fundamental part of the equation. And it isn't just about the economic cost of banging up houses as quickly as they can. We have to change the culture within the building industry to look at it in a completely different way. And it's a very big challenge. The privatisation of building control has not helped, because where the enforcement element has been taken away and privatised, the developers can choose to have themselves inspected by who they like in the context of building control. That is an issue. Where it is independent and it is assessed in that way, that becomes a really important stick that we should have in our armoury. And again, will that ombudsman have that power? If the government is committed to building 300,000 houses, as they're saying, and that depends on whoever the minister's going to be, depending on who Boris winds up choosing in the end, who's done the deal with Boris to get the job, we'll find out in a couple of weeks. You never know who's done the deal with Hunt. You never know, he might make it, who knows? The point being, whoever has the job has got a massive challenge on the hand, because the housing minister has changed position so many times. They come and they go and they come and they go. There is no consistency to this policy area in government, and it fundamentally undermines the problem. You know, Kit Malthouse has so far been there for the longest, and he's only been there for under a year, for goodness sake. This is such a fundamental issue. If the government is serious, then make sure that the policy, the minister, the direction of travel is treated properly so that they do arm the ombudsman and they back the ombudsman up so that when they make judgments, they are held to account, the developers are held to account. It's a real challenge in government to do this, because housing's always been one of the Cinderella ministries, a stepping stone to the bigger thing in that sense. So we actually need the Secretary of State as well to take this seriously. Let's talk about room sizes. Let's talk about garden sizes. Let's talk about the homes that we build in the context of our own policies. Perhaps this is also a piece of work for us as a council. Maybe this is something that EPH needs to look at specifically in the sense of what our policies do to enforce and improve the standards that our residents have. Where can we make a difference with our local plan that might help the Ombudsman? I totally agree with the Cabinet member in terms of the direction of travel for local authority, planning authorities in this. It is an absolute symbiotic relationship that needs to be established. The climate change agenda is a big part of this now. We've just challenged ourselves. So where does that agenda surface in this debate, in this conversation, when it comes to housing standards and the quality of what we see built for lifetime homes? Massively important agenda. And in terms of the regulation with teeth, your garden village principles are something I really do believe in. This notion of investment so the community feels they own what is being built. They are fundamentally a part of the equation. That is always the most successful development that can take place. They're taken with the journey of development. It is not done to them. The problem we have locally, and we have specific examples in our own ward, of a developer that has absolute disregard, not only for the people who live in their properties they've just built, and they don't really care about sorting out the problems, and residents email and we raise the issue, and you get farmed off, and you get literal all the language, the flannel you can get, and it never gets resolved, because the developer has no incentive to resolve it, because they're off to the next site, they're off to the next agenda. Similarly so, the communities in which the development is set alongside have to suffer. And that's an issue as well, in the sense of the standards of building is one thing, but the standards of developers themselves is an issue. The impact they have on the communities around their development is also a part of this equation. And I think the Ombudsman needs to have the powers, Ombudsman, Ombudswoman needs to have the powers to affect the quality of what developers do, not just the quality of the houses, the physical houses that they build. It's a massive agenda, it really, really is. I hope the government can get hold of it, and I hope the government move away from deregulation. I think this is just one of those policy areas where deregulation does huge damage. The housing sector needs to be properly regulated.
Thank you. Councillor Golding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone to hear that I'm fully in support of this motion. I've always felt that it's the Council's priority to see new communities developed and not just new houses built. We're not in the market for units, we're in the market for homes. But last weekend I spent some time with residents in my ward who are living in newly built homes, and the experience I heard showed that this is not always happening in our borough. One resident told me that they'd spent their first week in their new property not unpacking and making a new home, but crying because there was so much work still to be done and a constant stream of workers in and out of her house. Another, who has lived there for over 2 years, said that they still refer to their house by the plot number because until the necessary works are done to it to make it safe for their family, it won't feel like their home. I did hear a very few good stories from people who'd had slightly better experiences and who'd received support from the developer to fix snagging issues. But there were far too many issues and examples of structural problems, clumsy building, and simply unfinished work. Most worryingly for me was the consistent accounts of how difficult it was to contact staff and how the turnover of the site manager meant that many issues were left unaddressed completely or for months at a time. We've got to find a better solution to these issues, and therefore I support this motion. I would welcome more power for local authorities to ensure that building standards are truly met, and for people who own new homes to have more support, such as an ombudsman, to really hold developers to account for the quality of homes they are building, so that we can support residents to live in the communities that they deserve to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Court.
Got the right button. Please forgive me and just imagine that I'm standing up. I just really want to support this motion. I think it's about time that something was done. At our recent Neighbourhood Watch meeting in Kempshott, one of our coordinators is also connected to the church, and she's doing a lot of work with the new development just up the road. I won't mention any names. And some of the stories that have come back from her, that she's trying to support residents there with doors that were put on, front doors that were put on back to front, so you've got the handle on the outside. So, you know, welcome, Mr. Burglar. Another, going on from the previous discussions we had earlier on, our daughter actually bought her first house on the other side of the A30 and moved in April last year, and they were really excited. Both her and our son-in-law worked really, really hard, both under 30, to own their own home. And some of the things that have gone wrong with that property are unbelievable. When we get calls, Dad, can you help us? The guttering fell off in the snow. There were snagging issues. The plasterboard going up the stairs needed some work doing to it. She called them back in. They came in, emailed her, said it's all been done. She got home, they'd done the wrong side. They did the good wall, not the bad wall. And it carries on. I mean, over a year now they've lived there and there's still issues going on. So it is about time something was done about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Potter.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm happy not to contribute. It's all been said, so thank you for that.
Thank you. I think we're going to run out of time fairly soon anyway. No, Councillor James was first. Councillor James was next, sorry.
Madam Mayor, I'll be really brief. I won't talk about any stories or anything else. I will just simply ask that included within his response to the consultation, the Cabinet member mentions that, first of all, any planning application should have detailed planning application, and obvious expectations like doors fitting, and then I think the inspectors should be our own planners. The people who approve the planning application can check it's been delivered as per specification. What that means is there are some developments without planning applications, so I hope his response includes scrapping permitted development rights, where we seem to have very little control at all, so that should certainly be included. It's right that we are the planning enforcers and the planning people and the people to deal with the issue and raise the issues. However, what generally happens is you have very large developers with very deep pockets, huge resources, and the lawyers they can get are frankly beyond the sort of reach of our finances. And that's where I think an ombudsman must be there to actually do the enforcement itself. We report the enforcement, our enforcement officers do that, but then it's a national government central thing that actually does the enforcement, where they can actually fight fair with the developers over these issues. The process needs to be very quick so people aren't living with the trauma for ages. And I think all builders of homes should be licensed, and the ultimate sanction that should be taken by the Ombudsman is you can revoke the licence. Because I'm sure if a major developer was to be told just one shoddy development in Basingstoke means you can't develop any homes in the country for 3 years, that would be a business killer, that would be a big risk, and I think they'll respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gardner.
I'll try and keep this quick. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I moved into a new house way back in '77. It cost me £14,000. I was lucky I was in phase one. Phase one, I inspected the house, went through the snagging list. It was done before I moved in. It was different by the time they got to phase three. Things were not quite so rosy then. But regulation is necessary, and in this case I think it's essential, and it should have effect, it should have penalties. And it would be interesting if past building standards became a major planning requirement. And if you have a bad record, that goes on a register, and it will affect every planning application you make in the future anywhere in the country, not just in the borough. So I would like to see this consultation taking something like that into account, that developers who produce shoddy houses don't get away with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've nearly run out of time. We have one more speaker, so Councillor Tilbury, if you can do it in 1 minute 47 seconds, that would be brilliant.
Thank you, Mrs. Mayor. Yeah, much of what I would have said has already been said, but I think the point Councillor Bone made, the point about quality, I think this sort of looks at the wrong end of the telescope. It's too late once they've built the houses. You really want to make sure they're built properly as they go along. If you buy a car these days, they rarely go wrong. If you buy most electrical items, they're very reliable. You buy a house these days, it's generally a whole crock of something. I mean, it's quite appalling. I mean, I work in the construction industry. I find it embarrassing to walk around many of the new estates. Those who were on the council when we had the problem, one particular estate in Owen, I won't mention it because to their credit they did sort it out, but only after we got all the residents together and basically beat them up. There is another issue with this, because whether we think the problem's bad, it's actually a lot worse than you think, because a lot of people won't come forward because they're afraid of their houses being blighted, not being able to resell them. And this was the issue we had with this estate. It was only, and it was the social housing tenants that came forward because they didn't have any capital tied up in this. They were the ones who said, we're fed up with leaking roofs, our ceilings falling down, all the other issues. They spoke up, and in the end, the homeowners, most of them came on side because they said if we don't fix this, we will be blighted forever. And that's when we got something done. By standing together, they got the problem sorted out. But, you know, we need better quality. We need better training. When I was an engineering apprentice back in the 70s, with the tech college produced a lot of builders, plumbers, all that. They don't produce anywhere near that amount now. Yet there's as many people working in the construction industry. There's a complete lack of training. I heard a story the other day where someone, had problems with the builders, and it turns out they weren't actually builders. They were a couple of former Polish trawlermen. We need to look at this. We wouldn't poke up with this. You bought a new car and had this level of problems. In most cases, you would never buy another car. Those companies have largely gone out of business. So, there's a variation, but with a house building, they seem to be able to get away with it, and people have very little choice because there isn't much of a market. You can't say, I'll buy a house in Scotland and live there. You need to live here, you have to buy a house here. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We have run out of time on this motion except for the summing up by Councillor Raffel, but if I could suggest, the whole idea is to get the views of everybody so that Councillor Raffel can write to the government. So perhaps if you could email or write so that he can incorporate everybody's views who want to express them. Councillor Raffel, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Of course, members, can respond themselves. I think it's to the middle of next month. There are 3 key points among the many and helpful comments made. It seems to me that certification prior to occupancy would solve all of this. It's not in the consultation, but it would, wouldn't it? The problem we've got at the moment is that no one is actually saying that this house is ready for occupancy other than building control and the limited matters that they have to deal with. The second obvious point that's come out, which we probably all knew before, was that easy enforcement post-occupancy is what we need, and to remedy the problems and the difficulties there, which this consultation is trying to resolve. And the third point that's come out, which I think we're probably all in agreement, is that penalties should be linked to future permissions. And that's one way of developers realising that if they don't put past mistakes right, they won't get the opportunity to even make them again. So I will respond on behalf of the borough, listen to any further comments that come my way, and obviously encourage members to respond themselves. And thank you all, Madam Mayor. Ask members to approve this motion.
Thank you. Are we all agreed that we would like Councillor Fell to do that and to be as strong as he can? Thank you very much. Right, the next two motions are withdrawn. So we come on to the final motion, agenda item 25, recycling from flats and apartments. Councillor Cousins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So far we've had an evening full of cooperation, and I hope that that can be continued with this motion tonight. One thing that we have had tonight is the gauntlet thrown down by all three of those climate change emergency motions, that we need to get our acts together and we need to take steps to get things forward. And actually this is the first opportunity to take some action. We have in the last Let's Recycle report come a shocking 316th out of 345 councils in England. And quite frankly, Madam Mayor, we should be doing everything we can to improve that. Improving recycling not only is beneficial for our environment, but it's actually good in terms of tackling climate change. We don't have to mine for precious metals and materials that can be recycled. But it also means that we have an opportunity to reuse materials that we've already got. And it will stop us sending things either to landfill as a nation or sending things to incineration when really we could be doing more with it. One of the stumbling blocks that we have is recycling from flats, apartments and buildings where there are multiple occupants, be it warden controlled, bedsits, maisonettes or whatever variation they come within our borough. And we have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of residents who live in those types of accommodation. Now, we provide residents with bins. If you own a property, you get yourself a fantastic green 240 litre bin. If you live in a flat or an apartment, you don't have that luxury. You get to share yours with everybody else. And there are queries in terms of, actually, do you get your full entitlement of 240 litres in that block of apartments? I don't think we do. So it means that we're going to have to think of ways that how can we improve recycling from flats and apartments. One of those things is education. I know people will want to talk about that later. And one of the things that we need to do is see, you know, are we providing enough space or are we providing enough bins in the first place? But again, I know that my friends, colleagues, not just on this side, but on the other side as well, will talk to that as well. In the spirit of being brief, Madam Mayor, I shall leave it there, and I look forward to hearing contributions from the floor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Janet Westbrook, do you want to speak now?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This motion is timely, following the motion on the climate emergency. It's timely as maximising recycling opportunities will be just one element of the work that will be necessary. I hope this motion will be seen by the portfolio holder and members as it's intended, a means of getting us working together to increase recycling in the borough. Residents want to recycle, they know the importance. It's up to us to make sure it's easy for them to do, that they've all got the same opportunities to recycle at home, and that they have the right information on what can be recycled and how. The motion is important as there's approximately 800 communal bin stores across the borough of different sizes. We know that contamination is a problem, and in flatted developments 1100 litre bins full of recycling can be lost. That's an area we've a lot to do on education and information. We know that a significant number of new flatted properties have been built in the borough over the last few years, and there's been high numbers of conversions from offices to flats under permitted developments, and that's going to continue as there's going to be some large sites coming through to planning which will likely include flatted units. So we need to be on top of this as a council to help raise our recycling rates, and a review of the provision in flatted developments would be a good starting point that we can do quickly. A report to the CEP committee last September advised members that many of the materials we can already recycle are still being placed in the general waste, and estimated that if all the range of current materials that can be recycled were collected at the curbside, it could deliver a 10% increase in the rate. And I think it's particularly relevant where they're communal facilities, and I'll give you an example why. Councillor Potter and I were asked by residents of a particular flatted development why they have so few recycling bins. Their storage area is at least a third of the size of this chamber, so there's no lack of space, as in some others, but less than 30% of their bins are recycling, and they've only got 2 glass bins. So we calculated what provision that meant for each apartment in the block. And whilst they have 132 litres for general waste, each apartment has just 53 litres for recycling, and the glass provision is just 6 litres. And it's no wonder that midway through the collection cycle, the recycling and glass bins are full to capacity. So where are they going to put it until they're emptied? And it's not an isolated example. So I have to ask, when we changed the policy to reduce the size of new and replacement general waste bins down to 140 litres, did we take any action to change the numbers of general waste bins to recycling in the communal bins? We thought a quick resolution for this particular problem would be to get additional recycling bins, but although the borough provides a 240 litre recycling bin free of charge, and residents can request additional ones too, an 1100 litre bin is £329 and is charged to the developer, the housing association or the management company. So if the developer didn't originally put in enough bins, what's to say that these charges for additional ones won't then be passed on to residents? We need to look at this. Let's face it, the residents are all council taxpayers. It should be a level playing field. And I'm not saying that every communal store has a shortfall. And with our design and sustainability SPD that we adopted last year, we should have communal stores going forward of sufficient size to house the correct number of bins, except possibly in permitted development conversions. But how do we ensure the developer provides the right number of bins in them? Our waste contractor Serco told the CEP committee earlier this year that they're to run a campaign to increase the recycling of glass. And that's great, but there has to be somewhere for residents to store it. And Serco also said that over the next 2 years they're going to be looking at the communal storage areas. But we can't wait that long. I realise we're going to need to work with partners on this, but please support this motion tonight and let's get on with this valuable piece of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tristan Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. In lieu of my colleague, Councillor Eachus, I promised her that I would say a few words in support of this motion. Just to address a couple of points within the motion, Councillor Eachus wanted me to assure you that the Council is working in partnership with other Hampshire authorities as part of Project Integra, and we place a high priority on maximising opportunities for sustainable recycling. There is work to address the recycling rates for flats and apartment blocks across the whole of Basingstoke and Deane for the autumn of this year, and I know that the Cabinet members are open to feedback and conversations on how that work is taken forward. Certainly, we would all agree that we need to take steps to improve our current recycling levels. Basingstoke and Deane are currently working on a number of projects with the aim of increasing the recycling rate, which include the promotion and growth of the Council's garden waste service, the provision of 25 recycling bring banks across the borough, increased publicity and communications aimed at increasing recycling and reducing contamination. When you get these contamination cases, it's particularly annoying for the teams because you then don't just discard that particular part, you then have to throw an entire load which has been contaminated away. So through better communication and better education, we can ensure that we are doing what we can. Recycling from flats is a universal problem that many local authorities across the UK are trying to tackle. There's a number of issues around this. That's the lack of ownership, often around the bins and the material. Poor infrastructure to get to them can be a real challenge. You've often got a more transient population. You've got a lack of motivation to recycle potentially, out-of-date signage, high contamination resulting in recycling bins being emptied as waste, as I mentioned earlier. And certainly the Joint Client Waste team are working in partnership with Project Integra and the Waste and Resources Action Programme, Hart District Council and Serco have developed a project with the aim of increasing the recycling yield from 700 communal recycling facilities across the borough. This is a major project which is to be launched in the autumn after the work on the round changes is completed and will include consultations and members' briefings. I know the portfolio holder is very keen to take members' views on board with that. It's also worth mentioning that these issues with communal bins aren't just for flats, they're for some new build properties as well, and we do need to ensure that those are taken into consideration and form part of this work going forward. And as I mentioned, the Cabinet member is more than happy to take all views into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 speakers, so if you can try and divide up the time that's left, that would be great. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The flatted development issue here, I think, is one of the most pressing and difficult ones that we face, and I want to raise the point about both, the design of the flats and the number of flats that we're seeing built, because we are in the town and in the whole of the borough. And it's also old flats as well. It's not just those, it's the existing estates, in Popley, in Norden, in Southam. It's the existing flatted developments as much as it is the new ones. But some of the new ones are shocking, with ventilation put right next to flats, so that you've got the whole smell of the overflow of the bins going into the flatted development. We have got to get a grip of the issue of both the design of the bin areas and how they're used, but also how we collect. And there is an issue with the bins. It's an issue with the number of bins that are provided to flats because the developers don't want to buy them in the first place, and therefore they don't provide them. The fact that we don't chase that up or follow that up, so we don't actually know always as the council how many bins have been provided in the flats in the first place. We don't know that there's an under provision in the first place, and it's such an issue for those residents, because when those bins become overflowing, when the teams decide that they're not going to take it because either it's contaminated or the fact that it's overflown onto the floor, it's left. And it's just a situation where nobody's owning the problem, therefore it just gets worse. And time again, we've raised issues with multiple blocks of flats. We are literally having to chase our tails as councillors, chasing up the landlords, the council, and all of the various bodies just to try to get on top of the issue. So there really does need to be some far more coordinated, joined-up thinking. We've already mentioned the climate change point. This is obviously a key part of that agenda that needs to be looked at. The recycling rate's great. I think people do want to recycle. They will recycle if we make it easier for them. And they know that actually what they're recycling is going to get taken away. The issue of some of these overflowing bins is also the fact that we are seeing an increasing number of families housed in 2-bed, second floor, third floor, fourth floor flats. And in that context, the provision of the bins becomes really important, considering the number of people we are now housing in flats because we choose to have our nominations policy in the way that we do. So there are multiple layers to this that really relate to recycling, yes, but you unpick it and you find more issues as you go into it. So we really do need something as a task and finish panel, and yes, to work with a cabinet member, but to put some real focus on this if we're going to deal with it, because it's affecting hundreds of residents in our borough, and their quality of life is being directly affected, and we do have to do something about it. We can't simply leave it, or at the moment find excuses for why it's going wrong. That's not good enough. That really isn't good enough.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jones. Sorry, I must have misheard. Councillor James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to talk about the environment of the bin storage areas. Just give an example. One of the areas within our ward was appalling, absolutely appalling. The amount of rubbish that was in this bin storage was almost to the ceiling, and nobody was doing anything about it. Serco was coming in and just ignoring it, and the housing association was doing nothing about it as well, and it literally was to the ceiling almost, and the smell was unbelievable. I mean, I've never seen anything like it in all of our days. We've all said it's one of the worst pieces of casework we've actually seen. But those bin storage areas are badly lit. The lighting often doesn't work, and so people are going in there in the dark. And the areas are very, very smelly. They really aren't cleaned. There isn't enough, as Councillor Westbrook has said, there aren't enough bins in those areas. There aren't enough glass bins, definitely not enough glass bins. And I think people that are living in flatted developments are disadvantaged, and we discriminate against them in many ways, but in relation to how they dispose of their rubbish, they are discriminated against. Lots of these residents that complained about the condition of these bins, the result from the Housing Association, until we really challenged them, was that they actually sent them notices to say that they were going to penalise them and increase their rent. And I think that people are looked at differently in relation to flats, and I think that we need to think differently about how we look at them. Another example, many of those people that live in flats don't have cars, and so they can't actually dispose of lots of the larger items of rubbish. And so we need to think about that. But we also, within the ward, we had a cardboard rice recycling unit in our ward, which was taken away. It was damaged, and though it was promised that it would be put back, it never was. And another officer said, no, it's going to be taken away. So we lost that cardboard recycling unit, whereas lots of people want to actually take it to that because there is no facility within the ward, and we have many flats. And I think, again, in relation to climate change emergency, what are we going to do if we are housing more and more people in flats? What do these facilities look like? I think it relates back to planning in relation to what we're building. I think we need to think about the whole issue, and I think it's cross departments, really. So I urge us to support this and look again at how we support residents living in flats.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jane Frankham.
There. Well, I'd like to say that there are flats, for instance in Melrose Walk, that would love the luxury of even having a bin. There are very small spaces, and so they have to put for 6 households in one very small cupboard loads of bags, black bags for rubbish, clear bags for recycling. In the end, people just get fed up and just throw the rubbish in. I think it's a weekly thing that we get somebody getting to us. We're having to get onto Vivid. Vivid have to go out and clear them. Finally, we've made a nuisance of ourselves, Councillor Paul and I, and Vivid is saying, well, actually, I think there might be a solution, at least for Melrose Walk, and it may work in other parts of Popley and the borough, and that is to give small areas of land from Basingstoke and Dean that they can put a shed on that you can put Euro bins in. Along Melrose, they want to do 3. 1 is in their ownership, and 2 would be sited in Basingstoke and Dean. But they said it's no good us asking. So I would like to be able to go back to them and say, actually, it is worth you asking, and I'm sure that Basingstoke and Dean will work with them. I think we've already heard about the smell, the stench. We do get rats. The absolute is awful. You walk past, you don't even have to go into the flats. You just go past them on a sunny day, and you can imagine there's families in there, so there's nappies, and the nappies are there for a week, or, as Councillor James said, if they go and say, oh, it's too full, we're not going to empty, those nappies can be there 3, 4, 5 weeks. There's no need for it. I think we can find a solution, and the tenants themselves want to be part of recycling. They want to be able to have a nice home. You're always going to get the odd ones, but, you know, that's as it is. But then that is up to the landlord, be they whoever they are, to talk to their tenants. But we really do need to get something going. And perhaps you could even use Melrose Walk as a pilot scheme to show that it can be worked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Waldridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try and be brief and not repeat what my colleagues have said tonight. Suffice to say, since returning as a councillor, dealing with sort of contaminated sort of bin areas has been a major part of casework, and I'd like to pick up sort of some common themes really that as learning points from the casework we've been doing. First one that's been mentioned is the lack of bins provision in these, especially the newish platted developments. Not enough ordinary bins, not enough recycling bins, you know, and not enough glass bins. And it's led to contamination of these bin areas. And we really need some guidelines which we as councillors all know what they are, so that when we go into these new developments, we know from the start what is expected for our residents. The second common theme is the poor communication and lack of accountability between landlords and council officers. These areas have been left for weeks on end, and until, you know, councillors in desperation contact us, not councillors, residents in desperation will contact us, we're then sort of saying, what on earth's happening in here? And there's been no sort of a complete lack of duty of care on the part of operatives, but also, you know, a landlord in terms of dealing with it. So I think we need a proper procedure where there's clear accountability for who's supposed to do what. I've been pushing for that with the officers. I haven't, I'm part way there, but not fully there in terms of at what point who says what to who. So I think if it goes to this group, we need to, you know, have that and be aware of it as councillors. Another key thing is information and awareness to residents. As has been said tonight, residents are quite transient in flats sometimes. They're not always sort of told when they move in as to what they can recycle. It's different in different boroughs. If they're coming from different boroughs, they don't necessarily know. So you know, there's some very good sort of imagery on the council website about what can be recycled and what can't be. Why aren't we working with partners, putting that up in the bin areas so that people, when they go in the bin areas, can clearly see what they can recycle and what they can't recycle? That would be a quick, easy win to get, you know, some of this problem dealt with. Talking about opportunities, we've all in recent weeks been sent this notice of about bin changes and you know what and everything, the days when they're changing. What I couldn't believe when I got this is why we've had a repetition at the front and the back of saying exactly the same thing. Wouldn't this have been a good opportunity to put on one of the sides what we can recycle, just so we can remind all our residents in the borough what can be recycled and what can't be? You know, rather than repeating the same information on the front and the back of the leaflet. So these are just ways which I think a tasking and finish group could really look at, put recommendations to officers to work with our partners to improve recycling and start on what we've said we're going to do today on climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. I went on the HCC tour of Chem Incinerator last week, and as well as a tour of the incinerator, we had a good question and answer session, and 4 points came out of it. 1, do not put your recyclables in a black bag, because if you do, they incinerate it, because they don't open them up to find out what's in there, they just chuck it in the incinerator. If you've got a problem with cross-contamination, put it in a clear recycling sack, because it won't get cross-contaminated and it will get recycled. 2 good points, and that will increase the recycling rate. We also talked about food waste, and I know we've talked about, and the government are looking at, curbside collection of food waste. Well, there's one downside to that, because the incinerator needs it, because it keeps the heat of the incinerator down. Without it, the companies are actually worried that they'll have to redesign the incinerators at great cost. So it's not an obvious solution. Lastly, for those people that feel so inclined, if you're putting gas canisters in your grey bins, please make sure they're empty. Because when they go bang in the incinerator, they have to shut it down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Potter.
Just very briefly, Chair, I mean, I'm grateful for the mover and seconder raising this issue, and the sooner we move this to some task and finish group and to the CEP, the better, I think, really. There's no doubt, I think, from Councillor Westbrook's experience and mine in Popley East, the residents of flats and apartments are no less conscientious about their recycling of material than anybody else. They often would like to do more. They are just stopped from doing that because they just do not have the capacity to do it. There's a whole range of issues, and I know that Councillor Tristan Robinson, answering on behalf of Councillor Eek, has raised the whole panoply of problems that we will experience. But the sooner we get on with this, the better, because quite frankly, when we do have a recycling rate of 28%, which is a disgrace really in comparison to that achieved by other local authorities, we owe it to the residents of Basingstoke to do something about it. And this will be a start, really, because we have increasing numbers of flat and apartment dwelling. And quite clearly, that's where some of the problem lies. And we can do a lot of things, I think, to compensate for that. But let's hopefully get some consensus. Let's pass this motion and let's move it forward. Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
And finally, Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be really quick. I'm not going to repeat all the stuff that's been said about flats. I will say to Councillor Tristan Robinson, he mentioned about promoting garden waste collection. Can I suggest he doesn't promote that too heavily on the 15th floor of Skyline Plaza? It's not going to go down well. The biggest issue we have, there are lots of flatted developments in my ward. I think 35% of my residents live in flats. When I go to some of those largest blocks of flats or apartments, canvassing, you realise very quickly about 50% of them have English as a second language, if they have it as a language at all. And that means that when you go downstairs to their bin and you see that the bin store isn't a green bin and a black bin, they're giant Euro bins, and it says general waste on one and recyclables on another, it doesn't mean an awful lot to them. I've spoken to the Director of Services about this earlier on, shortly after the elections, having spent a lot of time in bin stores, and she's agreed it needs to be looked at. But I think pictures say 1,000 words. Putting a leaflet out every 2 years in areas where the transient nature of them means they move every three to 6 months is rather pointless. It needs to be stickers on bins so people can clearly see what can be recycled, what can't, and that, I hope the Task and Finish group consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cousins, do you want to quickly sum up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'd like to thank all members for their contributions this evening. Just to wrap up some of them, if I can, we've talked about contamination. Indeed, I'd like to thank Councillor Robinson for bringing here tonight the comments from the Cabinet member. It is unfortunate, however, that we sometimes make a rod for our own backs when it comes to contamination, particularly in flats. For example, we have a block of 20 flats that has 5 1,100 litre black bins, but only has 1 recycling bin of the same size. So it's very simple for contamination in terms of putting recycling into the black bin, makes it very easy. Of course, yes, we see it the other way as well in terms of people putting things into the green bin which they shouldn't be. But again, to picking up that education point, putting those stickers on bins, making it very clear to people, regardless of whichever language you speak, pictures do make it a lot easier. I'd like to pick up Councillor Gardner's point. I thank him for going to support the motion today. However, we should in no way, manner, shape or form be incinerating food waste. We should be recycling it through home composting, or for those that haven't got the facility to, we should be having a roadside, curbside food waste collection. It is one of the things that I've been banging on about since I was first elected in 2012, and I will not stop until we get it. One final thing in terms of the Chinham incinerator, Hampshire County Council today had a deputation at their meeting from one Mr Hubbard, who said that the Chinham incinerator was out of date anyway in its current form. So what a fantastic opportunity to say, right, let's upgrade that incinerator, let's stop putting food waste in the black bin, and let's have curbside recycling as well. I move the motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We've got lots of ideas for the Task and Finish group. Are we all agreed on those 3 recommendations? Agreed? Thank you very much. Right, we've got until 11 o'clock to get through the rest of the agenda. Of course, 11 is when I'm told we have to finish. We've just got questions, so let's motor through. First of all, item 26, has anybody got any questions to Chair of Cabinet and/or committee on any of the 10 meetings listed? No? Good? Well, I don't mean good. I don't mind if you do. Item 27, we've got a variety of questions here. And the first one is from Councillor Cubitt.
Yeah. Good evening, Madam Mayor. As per the order paper.
Councillor Fell.
Madam Mayor, may I thank the Deputy Mayor for her question. Can I draw her attention to page 254 of the transport strategy, or 254 of our papers, and it says this, under the section looking beyond the local plan supporting longer-term housing and jobs growth, based on initial assessments, some of the key longer-term transport infrastructure considerations might include investigating strategic multimodal improvements between the A30 West and the A339, in brackets, e.g. a Western Relief Distributor Road. And of course, I can reassure Madam Mayor, all members here, that I have at every meeting with our officers and every meeting with Hampshire County Council insisted that the Western Relief Road remains on our agenda as part of this transport strategy. And I'd like to urge all our members to encourage the County Council in particular to have it on their agenda, and encourage our county councillors of all political parties to insist that the Western Relief Road is on the County Council's agenda and doesn't fall off it for some strange reason.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Thank you for that answer, and thank you for your assurances. Can I just add that at that same EPH meeting, we were advised by transport experts that if the A33 was dualled from the M4 to the M3, it would result in Basingstoke becoming a dormitory town, which would destroy our local economy. Can the Cabinet confirm that they will not support the dualling of the A33 in our borough?
Madam Mayor, can I thank the Deputy Mayor for a supplementary question? Can I say this? I have consistently, from before I was a portfolio holder to the present date, said that I am not convinced of the case, and indeed I do not support the case for dualling of the A33. In my view, bear in mind there's limited resources, the County Council and National Government should be focusing their attention on the Western Bypass, and given a choice between the two, it's the Western Bypass which is most needed. Dualling the A33 will result in my view, of only encourage more traffic from elsewhere to come through that road, rather than actually assisting any of the residents of Basingstoke and Deane. And bear in mind, my priority as Cabinet member is to do what's right by Basingstoke and Deane. And as someone who's regularly used the A33 over the last 15 years, I know exactly the stresses and strains on it, and it regulates itself in terms of through traffic avoiding it, rather than by creating a dual carriageway which will send even more traffic in, create more fumes and bad air to the new schools that are planned to be built at the east of Basingstoke on the new sites in the local plan. So I totally have to say that I do not support the dualling of the A33.
Thank you very much. The next question from Councillor Potter to the Chair of Human Resources.
Madam Mayor, as per the order paper, although I note the Chair of HR has left the building, so...
Shall we ask if she gives you a written answer? Is that okay? Oh, okay. No, Councillor Rattigan will answer for you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, the Chair of HR has had to leave for a family crisis, so I'll pick that up. The question raises the issues of policy going back to 2013, requiring research from our officers. The Chair of HR agrees and accepts that the HR Committee should receive a report on settlement agreements and the legislative and government guidance in relation to the same. She will be requesting a report is brought to the September HR Committee, and hopefully that will tease out all of the questions and issues that will be raised. I hope that's sufficient for Councillor Potter at this time.
Supplementary.
If I may, Madam Mayor, nothing complicated, but would the Leader of the Council, and I guess the Chair of HR, be interested to know, as I hope they would, so that I'm not accused of asking for anything which is unusual, that the following councils which are close to us, Reading Borough, Winchester City, East Hampshire, Portsmouth City,
Madam Mayor, thank you, Councillor Potter. I just want to confirm that we will explore what is done in other councils. I'm sure that the chair of HR committee will be consonant with that, and she will understand the issues across the piece. And I'm sure any of that information can be fed in and be used as evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lovegrove, I'm not quite sure who'll answer yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll read it out if I may. Thank you. An 82-year-old lady resident reported her bin was damaged whilst it was being emptied. She was told she would have to pay for a replacement. It took several calls involving the Citizens Advice Bureau to resolve, thus causing much stress to this lady. Does the portfolio holder consider this a fair treatment for our elderly residents? Thank you.
Councillor Rattigan.
Thank you, Councillor Lovegrove. I'm speaking on behalf of the portfolio holder. Obviously, anything that causes distress to our residents, we should all be concerned about. And I appreciate that the older you get, and with the frustrations of a telephone, and just trying to put your point across is difficult. The council did introduce a bin charge for replacing refuse, the black bins, Madam Mayor, as part of our policy changes in April 2015, which did include residents having to pay for replacement bins if they're lost, damaged or stolen. There would not be a charge if the bin had gone into the vehicle, and of course would have been replaced free of charge. Wheeled bins are expected to have a lifespan of between 7 and 10 years. Unfortunately, we're finding that the older wheeled bins are starting to show signs of excessive wear and tear, which includes cracks, splits and parts going amiss. If the bin is over 7 years, then it's the responsibility of the resident, and we all upgrade our facilities over a period of time, then it would be replaced by that resident. In this case, I believe that the bin is 20 years old, and that is why the resident has been advised to pay for the replacement. We are working with Serco and the Council's waste collection contractor to introduce a bin repair service later this year, which could resolve a number of these issues. However, it is not yet operational, but you can pass our, as a Council's apologies to this lady. We do not want to have our residents distressed by anything that seems out of the ordinary.
A short one.
Very short one. This lady, she's very angry about having to pay for this lid, which was damaged, not by her, but by the operatives. And she won't let this rest, I fear, and she will go on further. So, but she did get to be fair, she did get a bin replaced, albeit 4.5 months later, and they sent it to the wrong address. But to go, well, I don't want to gain points from that, but it shows that they did replace it. So what you're saying is not exactly right, because they did replace it. So it's not consistent, the policy. It's either right or wrong, and I believe it's wrong.
Okay, I understand that, but we haven't really got quite a question attached to that one, but you've made your point, so thank you very much. That's fine.
Would you like to review the policy then? Thank you.
I will speak to the portfolio holder on her return. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tilbury.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question is as on the order paper.
Councillor Rattigan again.
Many thanks, Madam Mayor. Councillor Tilbury, I thank you for your question, and the chair of Human Resources shares your concerns. Due to current legislation and the council policy, we can't discuss details relating to individual employees, both past and present. Disclosure would contravene both the data protection principles and the terms of the ex-employees' confidential agreements. Each year, the Council adopts an annual pay policy detailing how the Council will manage remuneration and termination costs, including settlement agreements which are used to bring employment relationships to an end in a mutually agreed way. The terms of such agreements are determined on a case-by-case basis in line with the Council's policy, in the light of the particular circumstances, and can include a financial payment to that employee. A reference and agreed exit message is also available. In offering and negotiating a payment amount, the Council, in common with other public and private sector employers, considers the factors detailed within the ACAS guidance. I am assured that these settlements agreements were dealt with in accordance with Council policy and legislative requirements. The Council is a public sector organisation, and I agree that transparency is important, but we are also an employer and have to act both fairly and responsibly in that role.
Thank you. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Councillor Cubitt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As per the order paper.
Councillor Raffel.
Madam Mayor, I thank the Deputy Mayor for her question. Can she switch her mic off? And as a consequence, can I just say that it is a very relevant concern that she raises about the amount of infrastructure that needs to be built to run alongside development. It's been a concern that we've raised throughout the whole of the drafting of the local plan, and it will be a concern that we'll continue to raise. We've raised it earlier tonight indeed, but we'll continue to raise it as we review the current local plan. Of course, we have seen some signs of new infrastructure improvements, the Blackdown roundabout, the several roundabouts on the A33 at the Chinham and at Binfields, and we've seen the improvements to the Winchester Road roundabouts. We know that the Brighton Hill roundabout's due for reworking in due course, and we know the Thornycroft roundabout is currently being reworked at present. So the infrastructure is coming. We know that there are Section 106 agreements which are in place and will be in place for the provision of schools and other facilities. And we know that with the Community Infrastructure Levy that is coming on tap very soon and will bring revenue in to fund other necessary matters for the infrastructure that is necessary to support the new community. So I can give the Deputy Mayor, Madam Mayor, the reassurance that infrastructure is coming as we build, just takes time.
Thank you for that answer. Just finally, we already know, because we've had long debates about climate change, that we don't have enough water in this borough. And what water we do have comes from our precious aquifers. And the people of our borough have not been asked whether we accept rationing of water going forward. So what I would like from you is, firstly, for you to agree to an amendment to the policy EM6 when we reschedule the local plan, which we're about to do, and ensure that we increase the focus on water source in our policy EM6 to ensure that we have got enough water to meet the needs of the existing residents, and that we don't impose water rationing on our residents that exist in this borough already, let alone provide enough water for the future residents that are coming down the track.
Well, Madam Mayor, the review of the local plan will look at all the policies, and we'll look at that in particular. We're going to have a new water cycle study which will put in figures that are way beyond what we could ever possibly build, to find out if there's an upper limit to what we're capable of having in the borough, as well as obviously deal with the current situation. And there has been talk amongst some of our councillors about discussions that we should have a reservoir within the borough. Maybe those discussions will prove fruitful at EPH too.
Councillor Cubitt again.
Sorry, thank you very much. And as per the order paper, and then that's it. Thank you.
Well, the short answer is this.
Thank you very much. No confidential items, so the meeting is over.